Open up!
I'm not frightened. Suddenly I'm not shy. Love can be conversation, bringing us close together, helping us find each other.
Hey, Ned. Have some juice.
No.
Hey, Superwoman, relax. The boss is rich enough.
The more shirts you finish, the more money you make. When are you going to get that through your head, Yolanda?
I tell you what I got through my head. It's nice to finish the job, but it's more important that the job don't finish you.
That's easy for you to say. Your kids are grown up. I still got Alicia to think about.
Jessica, this is Alicia Marin, my friend from high school.
Right. Hello, Alicia.
Hi.
You certainly have a loyal fan in Steve. What are you going to sing for us today?
It's called My City Song.
The boys on the corner talking, they whistle as I pass through. But I don't look, I keep on walking. On my block, that's what nice girls do. But in my heart, I know they're so shy. That's why they come on so strong. And I sing la 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 lo, my city song. Rumble of the subway passing by. Green banana man, you hear his cry. Pigeons on the roof, too fast to fly. I can hear the music, city, let me use it. My eyes and my ears are open wide to songs that the city hums. The music, it finds its way inside, then suddenly out it comes. And in my heart, you know I feel it. That's how I know I belong when I sing la 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 lo, my city song, la 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 lo, my city song.
Good song. Where did you find it?
I wrote it.
You write many songs?
A few here and there.
She's written lots of them, dozens.
Well, you'll have a chance to sing them here. Have an opening for 5 nights a week. Does that sound good to you?
Sounds great.
Alicia?
Mama, the greatest thing just happened to me.
Never mind. I have some good news, too, for a change.
What?
I told my boss about you. I walked up to him just like that. And tomorrow morning, you got an interview for the bookkeeping job.
But Mama, I already have a job.
What?
Mama, I'm gonna be a singer.
A singer?
Steve got me an audition at a coffee house. It's called Jessica's. I have to wait on tables, but I get to sing all my songs, and you never know who'll be in the audience.
I wish that Steve would stop putting ideas in your head.
Mama, I wanted to audition.
You listen to me. Steve's father, he's a rich lawyer. His son can afford to waste time with some coffee house job. You have to think about your future.
But I am. Lots of important people go there. Agents, producers. I may even get a record contract.
I tell you what, next phone bill we get, instead of making out a money order, I'll send you down to the telephone company, and you sing them your songs, and we'll see how far that gets us.
Daddy would have never said that. He used to tell me I had a pretty voice.
You do have a pretty voice, Nena. But so do a lot of other people. And how many of them can make a living with their singing? 1 in a million, maybe? So you got to think sensible. Hasn't been easy for us, especially since your papa died. What I make doesn't go very far.
I know, Ma.
It was very hard for me to go talk to Mr. Miller. This is a very big favor he's doing. You'll be a bookkeeper. And next year, when you get out of high school with no experience, you think it's going to be easy to find a good job? I'm not saying you have to stay with Mr. Miller forever. But I better start than this. You're not going to find. So use your head, Nena. Never mind the coffee house. Hmm?
So tell me, Ms. Marin, how long have you had this burning desire to be a bookkeeper?
Well, I always enjoyed working with figures.
That's good to hear. I've made it an unofficial company policy. Employ only those who enjoy.
So why did you have to score so high on that math test? Couldn't you chew bubblegum through the interview or twitch a lot?
I couldn't mess up on purpose, Steve. My mother would kill me. Besides, it's not that I mind the bookkeeping job, and we really could use the money. It's just that I don't want to give up the coffee house.
You can do both jobs. After all, the hours don't conflict.
She'd never let me.
Why not? Just approach her rationally.
Look, see, that might work with your mother, but mine hasn't spent 6 years in therapy. I'm sorry. It's just that rational approaches get me nowhere. All right. I'll ask her.
The answer is still no. Mama. It's too much. You'll be tired all the time.
It's only for the summer. At the coffee house, it's not really like a job. It's more like fun.
Yes, lots of fun. So you get to sing a song once in a while. The rest, you're standing on your feet, taking people's orders, with the men saying fresh things to you. Maybe you should pay them for the privilege.
It's a very respectable place in a good neighborhood. And Steve said he'd take me home every night.
I still don't like it.
Mama, with the money I make at the coffee house, I can cover all my expenses. My clothes, my allowance next term. And that means you can keep all of my bookkeeping salary.
Nina, that's very nice, but...
I know you're behind on bills, and with the extra money, you can afford to buy that new couch you wanted. And maybe even visit Grandma. You were always saying you want to see her one more time before she dies.
Nina, when you try to do too much, you end up doing nothing right.
If it's too much for me, I'll give up the coffee house, I promise you.
You come in 1 minute past midnight, and that's the end of the job.
Thank you, Mama. It'll work out, you'll see. I know I can do it.
Sure you can. You don't know what it's like to hold down one job, so of course you think you can handle two.
Honey, when I go meet you for lunch, how do I get to your workroom?
You eat your lunch in your office. I don't want you to ever come to the factory section.
Why not?
It's not a good idea, that's all.
Would you stop?
Now, you do everything Mrs. Quarles tells you, and I'm sure you'll be okay. Huh?
Goodbye, mi cielo.
Take care. I'll see you. I'll be fine.
Then every morning, check again to make sure there are no outstanding vouchers.
Okay, Mrs.
Now,
Cavares.
stop me if I'm going too fast.
Well, each voucher lists the item's unit price plus the number of units completed for the day, which I multiply and then write next to the employee's social security number. In this case, it's 425 pieces at 8 cents each. That's $34.
Nice to have a live one around for a change.
sorry I kept you so late. It couldn't be helped.
I understand.
This is it, kid. You're on
Now,
that.
ladies and gentlemen, I want to bring up Alicia Marin, a very talented young lady who writes and sings her own songs. So I want you to give a very warm welcome to Alicia Marin.
In your heart of hearts, you feel you'll be a star. And tonight at home alone, that's what you are. 'Cause your mirror swears that you're the fairest singer in the land. And your guitar is magic in your hands. So you practice at your act till it's got class. And your face holds its rehearsals in the glass. And your mirror promises that this is everything it takes. The only thing you're missing is the break. And you could write the great American hit. You could write the next great American hit. Oh yeah, tonight somewhere, someone out there could be singing it. Singing it. So you tell yourself tomorrow is the day. And the world is gonna hear those songs you play. You can hear the crowd applauding. You just know how it will be. You're safe and sound inside your fantasy, where you can write the great American hit. You could write the next great American hit. Oh yeah, tonight somewhere, someone out there could be singing it. Singing it. In your heart of hearts, you feel you'll be a star.
Is this the way you keep your promise to me?
I'm sorry, Mama. There was a mix-up and I didn't get to sing till late. The audience really liked me, Ma. They kept applauding and Jessica kept signaling me to sing more songs.
Because they like you? That makes it all right to stay out half the night, huh?
I'm going on earlier from now on, so this won't happen again. I promise, Ma.
Mr. Miller, maybe he doesn't give you applause, but he gives you something better. A good paycheck. Only you have to be awake to earn it.
I'll be awake, Ma. Don't worry.
We'll see. But I tell you right now, Alicia, you come in late one more time, and you can forget about the coffee house for good. This is the 4th day in a row. You don't even hear the alarm.
Excuse me, Inez. Could I see you in my office for a moment, please?
Now?
Yeah.
this is so generous of you. I don't know how to thank you.
Of course, you can't expect Miller and Sons to pay for Alicia's education without reasonably expecting to reap the benefits of it.
Oh, no, of course not.
Your daughter has a great deal of potential, Inez. Unfortunately, Alicia is so involved with her music, she can't keep her mind on my payroll.
I know she likes the job here very much.
I'm making an investment in your daughter. I need to know she won't change her mind midstream. The people who succeed in life, it's not because they're smarter, but because they make choices and stick to them.
How come you keep it a secret that you're such a good dancer?
Maybe because it's the first time in years I've had something to dance about, Uncle Paco, eh?
Ay. Alicia, mi cielo.
Go on, Fernando.
Oh. Congratulations.
Come, Niña, give your old Uncle Paco a kiss.
What's going on?
Yo, you make your mama so happy. She give a party for you?
Ma?
Mr. Miller wants to send you to college.
How do you like that?
First, you work part-time at the place in September, and then you take night classes accounting at Baruch College. It's a special program they have for high school seniors who are good in math. Then, after you graduate, Mr. Miller will pay for you to go to college. He told me this afternoon.
Oh, the first person in our family to go to college. Here, have a piece of cake. You're gonna need your strength.
Of course, the first thing he wants you to do is forget about the music and the coffee house.
Mr. Miller said that?
Sure. He wants you there steady, not any minute you're gonna run off and be a singer.
I don't want to do it, Ma.
What?
I said I don't want to do it.
Alicia, you think a break like this comes along every day?
Tonight, a producer asked me to audition for a musical off Broadway.
And for an audition, you're going to give up a permanent job? And a chance to go to college?
But I don't need Mr. Miller to send me to college. I told you I'm gonna be a singer.
You're crazy. She's crazy.
I'm not crazy.
You think because you sing in a coffee house, you're going to become a star?
You have your head in your clouds, young lady, just like her father.
Hey, Ananda, leave her alone.
You mind your own business. You never had no common sense neither.
Why can't she become a singer? You think music is only for the rich people?
I don't want to give up my music, Mommy. Can't you understand?
You're going to mess up your life.
Look, just because you don't think I'm talented doesn't mean everybody else agrees with you.
A once-in-a-lifetime offer. Anybody else would be grateful.
Well, I'm not. I don't want to work for Mr. Miller till I'm an old lady. I don't want my life to be a dead end.
Yesterday this was supposed to go out. This is the big order.
Yeah, what do you want?
I'd like to speak with Mrs. Marin.
There's no Mrs. Marin here.
Yes, there is. She's worked here for 10 years.
Honey, we're the foreman. We know who works here or not, huh?
Inez Marin. She's an operator.
Oh, Inez, one of our girls. Why didn't you say so in the first place? What do you want with her?
I'd like to talk with her.
Sorry. No one's allowed on the floor during working hours.
Wait a minute. Is it important, kid? Harry, let her in. Inez is a good girl. She's not a troublemaker like the others. Go ahead and kid. Get the order out, huh?
How'd it go?
What's the matter? My mother's right.
I don't stand a chance.
What happened?
I'm better off facing facts now.
Marin.
I made a complete fool of myself.
Oh, come on.
You don't believe me? They shoved this music at me. They give me 30 seconds to learn it. The minute I open my mouth, the musical director tells me to move it down a fifth. Then he tells me to change the time signature. I didn't even understand what they were talking about.
So you can't transpose on the spot. Big
Oh, the
deal.
other girls could. They had beautiful, trained voices. Much better than mine.
Oh, great. One little setback and you're ready to call it quits.
Well, I'd like to see how brave you'd be without your father's money to fall back on.
Hey, I admit my family's better off.
Oh, well, that's big of you. My mother is 40 years old and the foreman still calls her a girl. It's 120 degrees where she works. She's been over that machine all day and she brings home almost nothing.
Okay, so she's got a raw deal.
Well, you better believe it. I saw her on the job today for the first time. I never knew it was like that. I never knew what she was so afraid of. Why it was so important for her that my life be different.
Listen.
I made up my mind, Steve. I'm gonna take Mr. Miller's offer.
Well, since I'm giving up music, I'd have to quit in September anyway. I mean, there's just no point.
I thought you were going to make a career of music, go to school, get some training.
Jessica, my mother can't afford to send me to music school.
If your music were important to you, you'd figure out a way to pay for your training.
Oh, you don't understand. My mother is dead set against my being a singer. Anytime I daydream, you know about being famous, she'd tell me to get my head out of the clouds.
There's a middle ground somewhere. You might never be a superstar, but you might be able to earn a living through your music. Imagine what you could accomplish if you studied.
But where could I go?
The city colleges are one place. They all have a music program and tuition isn't high. Why don't you investigate it and see what they have to offer?
I don't know. I just don't think it'll work out.
You know what I've discovered with time, Alicia? People come to terms with gambles that didn't work out. The things they regret are the risks they didn't take.
Hello, Mama.
Hello?
Mama, I want you to know I'm not just a dreamer. Like you said Daddy was.
Don't get me wrong. He always meant good.
I know.
It was very hard for him. He saw everybody else getting ahead, and he think to himself, why not me?
But like you said, wishing for things isn't gonna make them happen. So I have this plan.
Another plan?
I'm gonna apply to a city college, but to major in music, not in accounting. They have good programs, Mama. I check them out.
But where will you get the money, Alicia?
The tuition is low, and I worked it out with Jessica and Mr. Miller. Between my part-time job at the factory and working at the coffee house on weekends, I'll get by. Just have to cut a few corners, that's all.
Get by. Cut a few corners. Not the life I want for you.
It's not forever, Ma.
How can I make you understand? People don't have children, so they can say no to them. When you were a little baby, in the morning, you never cried. Instead, you always woke up singing. Papa and me, we couldn't get over it. I would like nothing better than to say to you, Alicia, sing. But what I learned from life, the only thing I can say to you with a clear conscience is, Nina, you got to be practical.
But I am being practical. With a college degree, if I can't get jobs singing, I can always teach.
Okay, maybe. But what happens 20 years from now when you think to yourself, I gave everything. And for what? I don't want you to know what it's like to feel cheated.
Sometimes at school, I get jealous of the kids who have fathers. You know, who have things easier. But when I play my music, I wouldn't trade places with anybody. I'm not saying that my songs are great or anything, but I'm the only one who can write them. So I have to go on with my music, Mama, no matter how you feel. But it would mean a lot to me if you could be on my side.
I'm really very happy to bring on our next singer. She's been away from us for a while, but she's back with us now, and I know you're going to love her. Please welcome singer and songwriter Alicia Marin.
Some people live their lives so someone else can dream. That's what you've done for me. You made the sacrifice, all that might have been, for what might someday be. It's as if you always knew. Someday I'd sing this song for you. I'm gonna make my dreams come true for you. I'm gonna make you see that I'm a dreamer who knows how to turn a dream into reality. I don't believe that just by hoping things will happen, doors will open for you. A dream is only what you give it. It won't last unless you live it too. And I'm gonna make my dreams come true for you. You always stepped aside so someone else could fly. You never tried your wings, but you opened up my eyes and made me realize how much my life could bring.
Check, testing, what? Fuck it.
Well, good morning. How you doing out there, James? Yo, JF, what's up? Yeah, baby. I'm drinking coffee. I'm awake. I'm alive. That's all I'm gonna admit. Arg. Totally, eh? So, like, this morning, or rather last night, a friend of mine called. I had sent him a message, hoping that he'd get the message and call me, but he didn't get that message. He was watching some video, some compilation video that someone had sent him, and he thought it was me. So he called me up to say, hey dude, I was just watching this video, what's going on? I'm, dude, that's not me. What? No man, you sent me this. That's not me. Happy Friday, dude. And I'm like, dude, you got the wrong guy. He said, did I call the wrong Michael? And I said, I guess you did. But we talked for 2 hours. It's not like he was like, oh, well, adios. It's not like he shined me on or anything. So we talked for a couple of hours. I'm hoping he can make it up to the camping weekend. At least for the evening. That'd be cool, man. But yeah, we talked for a couple of hours about a whole lot of nothing, right? Isn't it amazing how you can talk to somebody and really talk about nothing? This is crazy. Oh, I can't get enough of this coffee this morning. I really can't. It's Folgers. That's what it is. It's just Folgers. Usually we drink some, Stinky Pete or, Hashberry Stumble coffee, right? That's in my head because I think I was talking to my daughter about the different people that stop by the show, the irregulars. Hoping that Craig would become an irregular, my friend. I said, yeah, the new guy that comes by is Hashberry Stumble. And my daughter's like, ooh, and my wife's like, what? Yeah, it's a great moniker there. I wish I had some Hashberries. Jeez. It'd be like a great cereal, right? Hashberry Pebbles. Totally. Frankenberries, eh? Totally Frankenberry. So it's... Sheesh. It's Flashback Friday. This week went by really, really, really quick. All of the weeks, they seem to be going by pretty quick lately. I don't know. Am I winding down? Is that it? As you reach your end, things just start going faster and faster. The candle burning out burns twice as fast. I don't know. I don't know. In Glasgow, Scotland. Wow. That's it. I'm going to put up a world map on my wall, and I'm going to start putting pins where people are at. When I get back from my camping trip, I've got a corkboard wall in my bedroom, okay? It is about 5 feet by about 7 feet on my wall. All those little square, 1 foot square cork tiles. So what I'm going to do, I think, is buy a world map that fits within that corkboard wall, and then put pins where people are at, right? And then take those pins and take a little string out to a name, a photo, an icon, something that represents that person. An ad for Frankenberry Count Chocula. Thank you for thinking of me, because that's something that I think about. I'm gonna have to find that now. Let's get some Frankenberries. And some Count Chocula. They don't have that stuff anymore. I think you can still find Fruity Pebbles and Cocoa Pebbles, but you can't find, like, Count Chocula. I just don't know. Putting Monsters on morning breakfast cereal, that was cool, right? The Universal Monsters were really coming back into their own back in the 70s and 80s. I remember seeing a photograph. I don't have the photograph, but there used to be a photograph in my family of us at Universal Studios back in the early 70s at Universal Studios, and the characters were walking around, and there was a big Frankenstein walking around, and I remember that Frankenstein. And the last time that we went a couple of years ago, I saw somebody doing the Frankenstein, and I was like, oh man, did it take me back. Because I remember when we went there, the photos that we have, there's like a concrete walkway, a bench, and a couple of people, and there's like nothing else in the picture. There was like nothing else around. It was weird. Some people would say, oh dude, that's right after the reset, man. I got your reset hanging. Yeah, hear me now. And think about my Frankenberries. Totally. Let's see, the three wise men. Frankenstein, Dracula, and the Mummy. Right? He was bringing frankincense and myrrh and blood. Myrrh. What the hell is that? I don't know. I don't know. I don't claim to know, and I ain't even going to try to figure it out. I ain't. Let's see. Album of the day. We keep going back to first pressings of stuff. So I wanted to grab something that's really important to me. Is my first pressing of Jan and Dean Gotta Take That One Last Ride, and it is a double live album of them on their last tour. This is after his accident. Pardon me. It is 1974. I can't remember which one it was, Jan or Dean, but one of them got into it was Jan Berry, because Dean produced this album, and I'm assuming that Dean is the one who didn't get his brain smashed in the car accident, right? So Jan and Dean, the movie is a really, really great movie. I can't remember who is. I think Bruce Davison is in it, and he plays Dean. And Jan is played by. Who's Jan played by? He's a dark-haired guy. Oh, what the hell did he do? He was on a lot of TV. Back then. I'll have to figure it out later. I'm not going to get on one of my devices and go prancing around looking for. Wouldn't it be great though if I opened up one of these TV guides and the Friday night movie was Jan and Dean, right? The Jan and Dean story. Is that what it was? It's a great movie. I like that. I like the part after he had his accident and he's back at his big mansion recovering, and all of these hippies and sponges and users are all over his house, stealing his shit and treating him like garbage. And Dean finally comes over and realizes what's going on, that people are just using him up because he's not right anymore. He's all fucked up in his brain and shit from the accident. And it just reminds me, that part of the movie reminds me so much of my hometown and how people used to gather over at people's houses. And sometimes there were there were people like that, users who would all gather just to see how much they could get out of people. I was watching a CBS News special with Walter Cronkite about the Apollo 17 called Challenger Has Landed. The Challenger has landed. I don't know about all that. Apollo 17, that was their last mission, right? And why did we go there? Why did we stop going there? I mean, we can speculate all we want. We can hear all of the stuff that they've been telling us for the last 40 years. But why? Why did we stop? Why did we go there, and why did we stop going there? What did we accomplish? And if we did get there, how did we get there? Right? The paper-thin spacecraft, foil, radiation. I don't know. I want to believe that we went to the moon. I mean, I shook hands with Buzz Aldrin, the guy who went to the moon. And do I believe that we went to the moon? I don't know. I don't know. Anything is possible. It's possible that we just didn't. And it's all been a hoax. It's the biggest hoax, you know. Or maybe we went to the moon and it's not the first time. Maybe that we went to the moon following other human Earth civilizations that have gone to the moon before us. That's possible. I believe it's highly probable that humans have been on the moon thousands of years ago and thousands of years before that. Artemis 2 will send 4 astronauts around the moon and back in 2026. Who's doing Artemis? Is that us? Is it one of those private organizations? What, Blue Origin and whatever those other ones are. I try not to keep up with stuff that's going on nowadays, because you get not only do you get like, wow, look, we just sent a ship up into the atmosphere again, you know, but you also get videos like Katy Perry and the fake ascending and descension of a rock. I don't know. It's all NASA. Okay. So it may be real if it's NASA. It's a 50-50 chance that it's real coming from NASA. It's a better chance that it's not real coming from one of the other places, right? I mean, what's-his-face can't even get his little blasting ships up off the ground and to land and do all of that shit. Big other goober out in the desert, he's sending his little things up and then supposedly sending them up and bringing them down with actual people in them. I don't know. I don't know. Is it all fake? Is it real? It is Friday, so we can talk about conspiracy theories. Right? Oh, I found the movie Head by the Monkees. I think it was WW and I were talking about it. And the miniseries Jazz. I found both of those, so I'll be checking that out. Jazz is pretty long. I don't know that I'm going to take it and squeeze it into my little hard drive to take. I think I'll just leave it and then visit the channel. I have to do a promo today, so let me write that down. I gotta do a promo. The party is next week, so let me do a party promo today and get that on and let people know that, hey, I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna be there. Artemis. That always reminds me of the Wild Wild West, right? The guy that works with the Robert Conrad character in The guy that does all the faces and the masks and the stuff. The crew is 3 men and 1 woman. Commander Glover is black. With a name like Glover. 1 astronaut for Artemis 2 is... He's a can, dude. Well, it's better than I can't. Totally. That's awesome. That's awesome. I was real into the space program when I was young. And then, of course, we did nothing but little space shuttle and crap, orbital crap, right? Time-wasting crap. Well, we learned a lot. Yeah, we also went backwards for 20, 30 years, you know. It's about time that the technical, the adventurous, the explorative part of this country get up off its fucking ass and do something. I mean, we left shit to big corporate stodgy entities for such a long time, you know, and even NASA was so stuffy, and I mean, they just locked themselves into that stupid fucking shuttle program for so long, they fucked everything up. I don't even think that the current rockets, you know, should the space shuttle was fucking awesome, but they misused it. All they did was say, well, let's transport up satellites. Let's make money doing satellites back and forth. Let's do... Give me a fucking break. Now companies want their own rockets so they can send their own shit up into space, right? Because NASA became too fucking stodgy. You know, it's a bummer that they got rid of the space shuttle, right? Because now we're back to big old giant stinky fucking rockets, right? How should rockets, how should we go to space? 2 theories, all right? The first of all is kind of crazy, all right? The space elevator. Put a platform up here that is being thrown away from Earth, right? And you tether it to Earth. And that's it. You put something out there in orbit that's just slightly being released from the gravity. It's just barely being, and you hold it there, almost weightless. You hold it there via a giant tower from the planet Earth. And then it just has elevators going up and down. You can take cargo up, you can take people up. The next way would be, see, there you go. They did all that with the space shuttle program, right? I think, honestly, I think that it was a disguise. I think that we had multiple shuttle programs going on at the same time. I think that they were doing stuff for us and NASA, but we were also going out and we were doing stuff. I think we were taking trips to the moon for the last 30 or 40 years. I think we've been taking trips to Mars for the last 30 or 40 years. I think we've been going up into space and going to the moon and going to the backside of the moon. And I think there's something going on the moon. But that's just me. You know, I think the worst thing that we ever did was misuse the shuttle program and then just dismiss it. And now we're back to big giant rockets, right? It's sad. It's just horrible. It is. So the next way we get into space, which is my favorite way, we have a long track, right? On the track is a carriage, and on the carriage is a shuttle or a craft. The maglev track takes this carriage and shuttle at a high, it starts off smooth, takes it to a high speed, revs it up super high speed. As it gets to where it starts to swing upward, steam rockets, hydrogen powered steam rockets, hydrogen nuclear rockets that just push out air, right, basically. They kick in as the maglev throws it further into space, and it just shoots it up there, and just like a bullet out of a fucking gun, bang, we're up in space. Half the time, less than half the time it takes to get up there normally, right? See, I believe that. I believe that people have been stationed on Mars far way before 67, I think. I think we've been going out into space and doing stuff, and then we lose track of everything. A few entities on the planet know our past. Everything else gets lost. We get lost. And then we have to start over again. Basically because we get too big for our britches and we got to get the smack down. And they wipe us down to nothing again and leave a few little groups of human population in a few places to start the new religions, right? And then we start over again. You know, that to me says reset. But that only happens every few thousand years. And we don't just reset and then start off with technology. We reset and go back to zero. Anti-gravity overlords. Oh, there are. Oh, hoverboards. I thought you said overlords. I think we have overlords. Hoverboards, yeah, but they don't work the way that... You got to be hovering over something that allows you to hover. As soon as we're able to map magnetic fields that exist naturally, then we'll be able to hover on those, right? There'll be a super highway that we can't see of ultra high magnetic waves that are always around us, right? And we just latch onto those and use those to navigate. If you look at maps of ley lines and stuff on the planet, and it's like, wow, maybe there is something to that. Maybe there is this already existing highway around the planet of energy, and we just tap into that and ride along those beams, so to speak. I think that's where we're going with that. I think that already exists. I think that's what the tic-tac was. Tic-tac. It creates its own anti-gravitational field, and it rides along, uses those magnetic waves to, right, bounces from one to another. Also interdimensional stuff, I think, would be a great way to get around. So a maglev with a steam-powered carriage that takes the craft up, and this carriage either stops and the rocket goes up, or the carriage goes up and falls away on a parachute. Either way, it's going to go up, and the rocket is going to be released up into space, and it's going to eject from this maglev via some kind of steam powered rocket, so that it's, or chemical power, that is just going to have a chemical reaction that creates a plume of moist oxygen, right? Something clean and easy. So that's my vote. And both of those theories have been proposed by scientists and science fiction writers alike. It's a possibility. It is a real possibility. I think that a lot of this stuff out in the middle of the ocean, right, would be the perfect place for it, right? You can launch from here and then just have it go out over the ocean and up, right? A place like Catalina. Come from Los Angeles, maglev goes out towards Catalina, gets to Catalina, and just shoots straight up. Sure, why not? Sure. Sure, yeah, sure. Totally. I would totally love to see something that is miles and miles and miles long, and it just goes out straight, picking up speed until it makes that whoosh up and then hits those rockets and just launches. It's going to take so little power. Once it goes maglev power, it's going to take so little power from here to there, to the top, from being released from the carriage to the upper atmosphere into no gravity, right? Benchless, right? So that's my idea. I think that would be the cheapest and easiest way. Maglevs, you're just talking a little bit of electricity, right? Some kind of chemical rocket that produces a steam out the back. That's what they're doing now, right? You don't have to land a rocket afterward, right? You don't have to worry about a whole bunch of propellant. I used to ride that Superman ride at Magic Mountain, which is going to close in a couple of years. Six Flags California is officially closing in 27. So that Superman ride, it starts off and it just I mean, it takes off like a bat out of hell. There's also a roller coaster at Disney's California Adventure that's magleved, and it just starts off from a dead stop, goes up a hill, and just whoosh, 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 right? So that maglev thing, I think that's the way to go, right? I think if the maglev train itself was made of solar collecting, the tracks, all along the tracks were solar collecting. They had energy producing plants from that all along the way that created the energy to push these things, right? Even to launch a rocket, right? If you had the means to collect the energy to propel that thing up into space, they're at the thing that propels it. You know, I mean, it doesn't take much brain power to figure out how to go from burning fossil fuel and gas in your house that's giving you cancer now. It doesn't take much to go from there to just using pure energy, right? Because isn't that what solar power is? It is a pure energy, right? It's a pure energy source. It's clean. It's renewable. It's always there. If we just turned off all of the fossil fuel burning crap right now, we stand a pretty good chance of saving ourselves. We've been so brainwashed and convinced that we need what they give us, and we don't, right? We just don't. All of the stuff that they throw at us is unimportant. What is important? Life, food, water, air, right? This is important. They're destroying all of that so that they can give us iPhones and these horrible electric vehicles, you know. But don't worry about the planet, because there's a concert to go to this weekend. There's something to do. There's some place to entertain yourself, and at the very least you can pick up your phone and lose yourself in there for hours, days, weeks, months, years. That's where the human race has lost themselves in their phones. We're just gone now. We're just not around anymore. We're in our phones. I've got to go heat this up while James poses me a question about something this morning that we can investigate. How about that? I'll be right back. So I just found some hats that I'm going to take with me to to the reunion party thing in case I need gifts for people who are doing the what you call it, scavenger hunt or whatever. And this is one of the hats. It's E.T. There's E.T. on the cover there. There you go. There's an E.T. hat. And a Chiquita banana hat. I'm going to wash these and put them on my little foam skull so they get all nice and round and perfect. Because this one here, this one needs it. This one's kind of lumpy here, but this is one of my favorites. Right? Galaxian. So there's that, and then there's this one here. I'm not sure that I can get rid of this one. Right? So this one I'm going to keep, because this is one of my vintage hats. So I've got these 4 vintage hats here, 3 of which I am going to take with me to the whatchamacallit and do the giveaway thing. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to set up a table with a whole bunch of stuff, and depending on how many photos people get, they can pick from a specific section. One thing from here. Okay, now you can do one from here and one from here. Okay, you got this many, now you can do one from here, one from here, and one from here. And on up, so that people can get into, ooh, I want that gift. Well, go out and give me some more photos, come back and you can pick something from this pile then. Oh, yay! I really want that sticker. Go get 25 photos, come back, get that sticker. Then you can go out and continue it, right? If that's what you want to do. There are anti-gravity. Okay, here we go. We are 100 years behind in energy technologies. On purpose. And that's what sucks. That we know for over 100 years we've known that there are energies besides fossil fuels. But fossil fuels was so cheap and easy and mechanically simple and all that, right? It was just so simple. Yeah, we've had electric cars, electric trains, solar powered stuff that's a different solar power than we have today, but we had solar power back then. We had so many things that if we had started back then with alternative energies, today we'd be 200 years ahead of where we are instead of 100 years behind. Yeah, I hear you, dude. I hear you. And the fact that every time somebody comes up with a better way of doing something, for 100 years, the big money would step in and buy them out or kill them off and take their fucking research and technology and then stash it away. Because you can't have, you know, oil and gas reserves sitting around with no reason to use them. Oi, I'm telling you, the way that money has people so wrapped up in it, right? Money is a tool, man, and there are rich people out there who use it as a tool. We, the little people, use it as a means of existence, right? And as soon as existing is not the issue, well, I don't have to worry about food, I don't have to worry about clothing or this or that. I just go to school, go to work, create, what humans do. Instead we're slaves, we're beholden, you know. You can't stop work and be an artist, because who's going to pay the bills? Who's going to take care of the kids and the family, right? I gave up my years of doing my own thing and worked 2 jobs so that my husband could follow his dream, right? And his dream goes nowhere because the world's not made up for people to have dreams and have them come true all the time, you know. The society is not set up to make everybody important, to make everybody a genius, everybody our own saviors, right? How many people have just had their lives wasted away being a slave when, had they been allowed to just be themselves and just go to school and just be creative and just be an engineer or an architect or, a scientist, right? But instead, it's too difficult. It costs too much money to go to school, nobody believes in you, and then you're a slave. You have to go to work, I am really trying hard to keep my daughter from being a slave. The most important thing in my daughter's life, for me, is her education. And when she's done with her education, I don't want her to go into work. I don't want her to get a job. I don't want her to. I want her to find something that she loves and find a way to prosper just doing that. Existing, that's for the lower lives. That's for animals, creatures, right? We are supposed to make this a better place instead of destroying it. We are supposed to be better people, better humans, the better animal on the planet, and we're just not. We are just not. There are wild animals on this planet that put humans to shame because they have society and they actually have somewhat of a culture and they have community, and they care about each other. Native Americans, if you were born in a Native American village, they were all your parents. All the parents were your parents. All the grandparents were your parents. All the kids were your brothers and sisters. It takes a community, right? It takes a village to raise an idiot. And it does. I was raised by a village. No less than 6 families helped raise me. Totally. Totally, eh? Ah, jeez. So let's see, let me go over here and knock this stuff down, turn that off, knock that down, pop this guy up. I'm going to go over and pop up Facebook here and see if I get a message from somebody this morning. Look at all these names here. Wow. I'm sure that there are a few people on Facebook who haven't unfriended me yet, but who have probably read some of my latest, well, a few weeks ago, some of the stuff that I wrote a few weeks or a month ago. And have just decided to distance themselves from me, understandably. For those people who do have conflicting views about the way the world is happening right now, I really don't want to hear from them, and I don't want to listen to them try to rationalize shit that cannot be rationalized. You cannot rationalize people and events going on these days. You just can't, There's no good coming out of it. There's nothing positive being done. They keep having us worry about shit that is really senseless, and yet they keep covering up and hiding all the stuff that is really important. Things are really, really fucked up out in the world today. And so therefore, after another year of this, if we're still around, I think we're going to be moving. And it's not because we want to leave here, or it's not because we want to go there. It's because we want a change, and we want seclusion. And I think we just need to go out to a place that better suits our needs for seclusion and peace and tranquility, And I'm not exactly sure where, Northern California, Colorado, or maybe even southern Mexico, right? I don't know. You're not really safe anywhere in the country or on the planet at this point anymore. Whether it's safe from politics or corruption or the planet itself, you know, the planet eventually is going to turn on it, because that's what it does. It's going to turn on us. It does this every so often. The planet decides, and it decides to shake a little bit and shake off a bunch of the fleas from the dog. And that's what's going to happen. It's coming. What I would like to do now is get a storage container and a couple of acres, and put out on the couple of acres a storage container and a small trailer and a little single wide or double wide mobile home. Something simple, something easy. A couple of tiny homes, whatever. And do that. Be out on something just flat, right? With most of our belongings packed into a storage container. Because I just feel like something is going, and I've had these feelings before. Every so often I get these feelings about change, imminent change, things happening, people, places, things. You know, when I saw the Grateful Dead in Shoreline in '95 on Sunday night, I had this overwhelming sensation that it was not only the last time I was going to see the Grateful Dead, but it was the last time I was going to see Jerry Garcia live, and this tour was it. I told my friends, I don't think Jerry's going to make this tour, and they got pissed off at me. How dare you? You can't say that about Jerry. He's going to live forever. And I'm like, okay, delusional. People don't live forever. Hello. People are mortal. And I couldn't talk to any of my friends about it because they didn't want to hear it. Right? They didn't want to hear it. Until my friends came back from the tour. Because the tour ended and it took them a while to get back from the East Coast, and by the time they got back, Jerry had already died. And they looked at me weird, right? But I had the same feelings years before, a year before this last issue that we had with COVID. You know, for a year and a half, I had been telling my wife, look, we gotta do this. You know, there's a message from somebody. Cool. There's a little message from a friend of mine who I asked to come. She's just up here in Vegas, but she's got things. It's always, you know, things, family, life. Just the way it is, baby. It's just the way it is. Anyway. Totally. Alright, I'm just trying to remember what it is I was talking about, because I do that. I do that. Lose myself in something real quick. I need to write down, this is what you're talking about. And then, no siree. Anywho. So, let's see. God, it's almost 6 in the morning here. I was hoping my friend was going to give me a call. That's why I booted up Facebook here. Because Totally. Cause totally, eh? Yeah, eh? He's probably asleep. He's probably asleep. I told him. Totally, eh? Arr. Anywho. So today is Flashback Friday, and on the agenda is making that money as a teenage runaway. That's what I have here to discuss today. So I think we'll talk about that. Let's set the stage, I guess. At 15, I left home. I got into an argument with my mother. Blows were almost thrown, and I decided I don't need this, right? I get nothing here at home. I get nothing. I get no food. I get no laundry. I get no clean clothes. We don't have a shower. We barely have a working toilet, right? We live in a school bus in somebody's front yard, and I got to go use their bathroom once a week to take a fucking shower. It's like, plus I got to go to school as the stinky kid my whole life. I got to steal weed from my parents so that I can sell money at junior high so that I could make my own fucking lunch money, right? I come home from school one day. By now I'm in 8th grade. And, no, 9th grade. I'm in 9th grade at this point. And we're still living in a school bus in somebody's front yard and using everybody else's facilities, and we got nothing. And when I had left in the morning to go to school, or when somebody had left, a door was left open and a dog got out, and my mother had to run up and down the street chasing a dog in her nightgown. So she fumed about this all day and just sat in the back of this school bus pissed off. Probably screaming at the dog too, right? So she probably smoked up a week's worth of weed sitting there pissed off at me because I was the one that she hated in the family. I was an accident, a mistake child. So I got home and she stomped up from the back of the bus up to me and just got right in my face and started screaming at me about how a dog had gotten out and yada yada. So I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. I just, and she's she fucking come at me fucking screaming, and I threw my fucking hands up in the air, and the metal roof of the school bus is right here, right? So I throw my hands up in the air like this, or push them up like this and slam the ceiling. She hauls back to punch me because the first thing that enters into her head is violence, like I am going to throw a punch at her. I'm pissed off. She hauls back to punch me. I see in her eyes that she just hates me. And I'm like, you know what? Fuck this and fuck you. And I grabbed my shit and I turned around and I walked out. That was it. And I came back to live at home off and on until my mother and father finally separated. And then I came back and stayed with my father off and on more. But for the most part, from the age of 15 till about 18, 19, I was on my own. That was it. When I left the house at 15, my mother didn't come after me. My father didn't call. I didn't hear that my parents were looking for me. No. I was just out of the picture, and they were grateful. So I started staying with friends. As well as that, I had to start earning money, right? The people that I stayed with, the families that I stayed with, seemed more than happy to help take care of me, but I still had things that I wanted and needed. Clothing and food, and away from their care, and pot, right? And so I had to find ways of working. One of my first jobs was while at home, while living at home. We used to go to the swap meet and sell things. We used to go through the groves, the old walnut and pecan groves that were still producing, and we would collect trash bags of nuts and then sort them and bag them and price them and sell them at the swap meet. And we would make really good money every weekend. And I did that for a while with my mother until, of course, she flipped out. And then I didn't want to have anything to do with her anymore because it was obvious she didn't want to have anything to do with me. After I left the house, I got a job in construction. There was a job site up the street from where I was living, but it was also down the street from these guys and over from these people. So I could pretty much live anywhere in town and work these construction jobs. And I just walked onto the job and say, I'm looking for work. What can you do? I have no idea. All right, grab a broom and a shovel, start cleaning up. And I would take a trash can and a broom and a dustpan and a shovel and that kind of shit. And I would just go from apartment to apartment. Go to the top floor, throw everything down the bottom floor, sweep, go to the bottom floor, put everything in the trash in the dumpster, sweep, and go to the next building, clean the outside of the building. And I would just do this every day. I would show up and I would just go from apartment to apartment to apartment all day long, every day, pick up where I left off the next day. And I was just staying ahead of the trades, working, making sure that they had a clean place to work every day. And then he asked me to drive a tractor for him, a skip loader, from the rental yard. And then I was driving the tractor. I was using the skip loader to clean up grader messes. And I worked for him for a while until he screwed me over on a paycheck. and then I had to go find a new job. One of the other jobs that I had early on, I think, which may have been my first job, was working as a busboy at Elsinore, Sahara Dunes Casino in Lake Elsinore. And that was a fun job, mainly because there was a lot of people and a lot of girls, and I had just started smoking cigarettes, so yeah, that was my first job. And that one was at 15. And it was it was weird because I wasn't supposed to be working graveyard because I was 15, but I volunteered to work graveyard, and I did it for weeks until they realized, wait, this kid's 15. He's going to get us in trouble. So they fired me because I didn't speak up. Oh, 15. Everybody knew I was 15. If I volunteer for something, why don't you say, well, you can't do that, you're 15, right? Anyway, so I had a bunch of jobs growing up. From the time I was about 13 on up until 18 or 19, trying to survive being without a home. There was one guy, I don't remember how I met the guy, but I got turned on to this guy who needed help working, painting, right? And I'm like, okay, I've done a little bit of painting before, so I think I could do this. I think I could learn painting. So the guy picks me up. He comes out from Canyon Lake into Elsinore, picks me up in the neighborhood, and we get on the freeway and start leaving town. And I'm like, dude, where are we going? We're going up to Riverside. I'm like, oh, man. So that's like 20, 30 minutes up the road, 25 minutes up the road on the freeway. So on the way, he explains to me what the job is and why I'm there. He says, okay, look, the reason I brought you is because you're young. And I need someone about senior age, college age, right? And I'm thinking, okay, he says, what we're going to do is we're going to go through the neighborhood and we're going to go door to door. You're going to go up to the door. And I'm thinking, oh, God. He didn't tell me any of it. He said we were going to be painting. That was it. I am not a sociable person. I'm not someone who feels comfortable knocking on a door and trying to sell them shit. That's not me. So all of a sudden I have this fucking job where I gotta sell the idea of us cleaning off your curb and spray painting your fucking address number. That was this guy's fucking painting job, right? And I'm like, okay, you need me to do what? I need you to go door to door and tell them that you're a college student from Riverside College and you're raising money for tuition. So not only do you want me to go door to door and talk to these people, but you want me to tell them a bold-faced fucking lie. Who do I work for? My parents? Right? Like, I told them I don't feel comfortable doing it. Let's try it. Just try it. We'll do it for one day. You try it. I did like 2 houses, and I'm like, dude, this is not for me. All right? Why don't you do it, and I'll clean the sidewalk and paint the fucking sidewalk. I'm not going... You hired me to paint, right? I'm not doing this. You know? I said, I'll finish off the day for you and help you do whatever, but I'm not going fucking door to door. I'm not going to lie. I'm not a college student. You know? I'm a fucking freshman, dude. In high school, no less. No, I worked for that guy one fucking day. We worked, you know, and it was an evening job. It was in the summer, and he picked me up like after his work at 4 in the evening or something, and we drove to Riverside, and we did like 2 or 3 hours running around a neighborhood trying to make $10 per curb or something. And this guy had the easiest fucking job. He'd literally go out there, he'd dust it off, he'd put some tape on the thing, he'd spray it, he'd put some stencils, spray it, do a little bit of stencil design or something on it. And that was it. It took him 5 minutes to do his fucking job. I'm the one that had to do the bullshit, right? Oh, that was a horrible fucking job. I hated that son of a bitch. And then I had to go tell the people that sent me to this guy. Are you kidding me? Do you know what this guy is doing? He's a fucking con artist, right? Not only that, but he sprays it first. He does the sidewalk first. While I'm up there knocking on the door, asking for a donation, he's already spraying it, you know? Well, we just came by to spray your address on your sidewalk out there. And we're doing it as a courtesy, but we're looking for donations because I'm a college student and I'm just trying to get some tuition. So it's already done. It's already painted. It looks good if you want to come out and look at it. And we're just asking for a donation of $10 or more. And it seems pretty straightforward and easy. But it's like, you're doing it without their permission. It's done whether they like it or not. They feel like they're forced into having to pay for this fucking thing that they don't care about, they don't want. It's going to make it real easy for deliveries and for people to find you and yada, yada, yada. And it seemed like a good thing. And now it's almost normal. But it was the con that did it for me. I would do a job like that. I would go through a neighborhood and go and do a job like that. Hey, I'm a handyman, and I would just pass out a flyer. I'd go door to door passing out flyers. I'm coming through your neighborhood this week, and I'm going to be doing address numbers on the sidewalks. If you would like a specific design, please fill out this form and leave it where I can find it when I come by. And I'll do that for you. And if you want, you can leave me a donation too. But the con, man. I grew up around so many con men, con artists. Unfortunately, my parents were right there in there. They tried to raise little con artists. They did a pretty good job, but they didn't get me, right? The only way that I would con the world is when I had to get a job. And I would get a job by saying, I can do that. I got a lot of jobs by just being a pretender, right? I can do that. No problem. I can do that. And then I would have to pretend to be able to do that. Yeah, baby. I'm a pretender. I pretend to know what I'm doing here. I've been pretending to know how to be a husband and a father, right? Do we ever really know? Not really. You just do the best you can. You just do the best you can. When you're young, it's really, you're clueless, right? You have to go by what the older people are doing, what they're telling you, what they're showing you, right? And when you got people that are guiding you down the wrong road, if you don't figure that out, you're just fucked. If you don't step back and look at what's going on objectively from the sidelines, you're just so wrapped up in it, you never see how bad you get. You never realize. You hear things, I don't trust him. Don't give him your money, right? I used to hear this about my parents and family and siblings and stuff. Don't trust them. And I used to think, God, I hope they don't say this shit about me. And they were. They were talking shit about me because I was associated with that, And that was hard to get used to, when you're going around town and your name is already mud with people you don't even know. Selling drugs was big in my family and in my town, right? It was an easy fucking, you buy a little drugs here, you split it up, and you tack on a little to each little portion, and you make some money. And you build and you build and you build, and then pretty soon you got a little dope for yourself, and a little extra money for yourself, right? I had friends that were selling speed, acid, cocaine, pot. It didn't matter. If you could buy this, split it up, and make a little. That was the way you did it. I used to steal weed from my parents and sell it at junior high and high school just so I could buy some fucking lunch. So yeah. It's scary when you're a kid and you got nothing. Nobody. You can't depend on your parents. Your siblings are already out of the house, older and younger, and they're already gone. And you're just like, well, what the fuck? What am I doing here? These people are like, when are you going to leave? Okay. And then they would give you those talks like they care, right? And they're not talks about, hey, we'd really like it if you could stay home and live at home, and we're going to try to make things better, and we're going to try harder. No, I didn't get that. I got, well, when you're out on your own, be sure to cover your ass and don't talk to cops. And it's like, okay, great, thanks, appreciate it. All the things you've always taught me, yeah, those lessons haven't changed. I think I learned enough of that before I was 10. And then after 10, had to rewrite all of that and learn not to do all of the things that I was taught, lest I wind up in jail or prison or the morgue or the hospital or something, or out on the street selling my ass, right? Which is one thing that I never had to do, right? Was go out onto the street, and I would just as soon collect fucking cans, right? That was it. That's how I got along. I would just walk around and collect cans. Take them over to the recycling place, pardon me and my little dry nose, and just get a few bucks, or go mow a lawn. When I lived with a friend and his mother and sister, across the street was this elderly woman on oxygen, smoking cigarettes. Got to be, 90 or 100 years old. She was an ancient old lady. She lived on a little tiny quarter of an acre behind some trees in an Airstream trailer, right? And she had lived like that for decades before there are now laws that would have permitted her to stay there. And we used to walk over to her house because we always knew that if anything, we could at least get a couple of cigarettes. But we would take her trash out. We would, clean things up for her and get a few bucks. There were many people around town where we could just stop by and say, hey, we're looking to make a few bucks. And it takes a village, man. And we would be able to earn a few bucks here and there and here and there, and then maybe go earn a few bucks from the people that we're going to get the weed from, you know. Yeah. Helping people move. Helping people just clean their house, right? I used to do side work for a lady doing home repairs in trade for cocaine and a little weed and a little gas money. But mainly it was for the weed and the cocaine, right? And I'm young, I'm single, I'm pretty much homeless, right? Living in a tent, in a car, collecting cans to feed myself, taking showers in public restrooms in restaurants, right? Whatever it takes, man. I was the cleanest, most well-fed, well-dressed, homeless kid at 19 years old, right? Living by myself in a car. Granted, the car my father gave me, which was an old MGB, and he had gotten another one, so he gave me the older one, right? I drove it for a little while and then sold it and got a Volkswagen bus and tried to live in that for a while. But for a while there, living in that MG with a little tent and just enough room in that car to, you know, jam full of recyclables, and I would strap on a big bag of squashed cans onto the back of this MGB on the rack and drive it across town and make my $20, you know. And that's all it took, $20, $20 a day, you know, $20 a day. You know, one day I could, you know, have money for food and gas, and then the next day I've still got food and gas, so I'd spend that $20 on some weed. And then the next day I'd have to earn some more for food and gas for a couple of days, and then weed for a couple of days, and that was it. That was all I needed. I could go to the library, pick up a book, a tape, watch something, get on the computer, hang out, right? To this day, I could probably go homeless, living in my van, collecting aluminum cans, just to get by day to day, right? I could so totally do that. Still, I would have to be in a nice area with a good climate, so I didn't have to worry about too hot or too cold. Because without a home, you're in your vehicle, and you have to worry more about the elements. And in an area where there's a lot of people, so I get a lot of aluminum, because aluminum is the best turn, your best investment. And that would be it. It's so easy to exist like that, right? You have a place that you can park every night that's safe, or a series of places that you can kind of go back and forth to, right? So you don't, hey, that guy's back. He's there for a month. Get him out of here. But if you just do a night here, a night there, you just kind of move around and follow the recycling trade, so to speak. My wife, every once in a while, she collects everything that we use, we recycle. When we go to clean a house, we recycle whatever we find there, bring it home. So every couple of weeks, a month, my wife, we take in the recyclables, and my wife's like, all right, how much do we make? And we guess, and we're usually under, and she's like, no, $40, right? I'm like, wow, that's pretty good, you know. If I could make $40 to $60 a day collecting aluminum cans, I wouldn't have to do anything else, right? It's tax-free. You know, one day, let's say you work 5 days a week. One day, all that money goes to gas. The next day, all that money goes to food for the week. Your consumables for the week, you know, whatever else you need for the week, and you put a little money aside. You start over again every week. Pretty soon, you're actually making good money, having a little bit of a savings, you know. That's pretty good for homeless. Not too shabby. I am going to heat up my coffee here. I'll be right back. Anybody still around? Anybody still there? It's time for a bong hit. So my wife she's going to take off this morning, so she's going to get up and be gone out of here by 7:30. But I'm going to stay long. It'll get a little noisy in here for a bit while she's having coffee and breakfast and stuff. So, but aside from that, I think I'm going to stay on here a little bit long this morning, hoping that we'll get some more flow through traffic here. We'll get a visit from some more irregulars. Totally. We're going to read from the TV guide here in a few minutes, but until then, what did we do out there as kids making money? I mean, there were some kids that had like delivered newspapers, and I did that as a young adult, delivered newspapers. We did it for a couple of weeks while some friends were on vacation and asked us to take over their route for a little while. And we did, and it sucked. Getting up really, really early in the morning, or just staying up all night, right? And it just sucked. We hated it. But we did it for 2 weeks so that we could help out those people, those friends. Betsy, I think her name was Betsy. Peter? Betsy and Pete? I don't know, maybe. That's probably not it. Yeah. But we used my friend's mother's big giant van, and we also used a small car. I can't remember what small car it was, but we would pick up all of these papers and then have to rubber band them, and on the moist days stick them into plastic, and then follow a route and drop them off at specific address. Okay, here's the list. Okay, there's the address. Drop one off. And it was so tedious. We would finish off the route so late because we didn't know where the fuck. Oh man, we gotta go back and hit that block, dude. Oh man, why didn't you tell me? Because I don't know what I'm doing. It was really frustrating. In fact, one of the girls who's coming to the reunion camping thing, she asked about those two guys. What about them? Are they gonna be there? And I didn't have the heart to just tell her right over the message that this is why they're not coming, right? But I just said no, they're not coming. I don't know exactly what's going on, but they're not. And it's a long story. It's pretty involved. So we'll get a chance to talk, and I can come clean and let her know exactly what happened. Something, and I didn't want to ask her, so where's your brother? Because I didn't want to have to get the response I think I'm going to get. I didn't want to get that through a message. So after I see her and we exchange hugs and do a little talking, then we can talk about those people that are not around. And man, it's going to be crazy sad because so many people are gone. People who made it through the 70s, 80s, 90s, and even 2000s, and they're just gone. Or those people that were gone a long time ago, and a lot of us are just going to find out about it, and that's kind of heavy too. Yeah. So last night I uploaded another week of educational films. So at this point, I think I have one more week, yeah, to upload for the last week of August, and then that'll catch me up, so that all I've really got to do for the next 3 weeks is going to be live stuff and making my little program guides and promos and stuff for the shows. I think that's going to be it. And then I'm going to try to do as much of that ahead of time as possible. Do all of my weekly show program guide thing. With my weekly movies, 4 o'clock movies, I can make that promo. The only promo that I'll have to make every week will be the morning show promo, because I don't really know what I'm going to do every week until about Sunday night, and then I try to schedule the week out and leave room for adding and subtracting stuff. Yeah. It's Friday. That means I get a couple of days off to take care of some shit around here. My wife is going to take off this morning, and I'm not sure what I'm going to do. I think I'm going to eat some breakfast and then do a few things in my van, and then this evening take my van and get rid of the chairs. I was going to do that last night. I got up, I came in, I got cleaned up and ready to eat, and then get some energy and then go out and do the van. And my friend called. I didn't get a chance to eat or do anything for 2 hours because I was on the phone with him. And by the time I got done, it was dark, and it was like no going outside to do anything. So it's like, all right, well, a night lost. So today I have to do more. I've got to do more than I had planned to do. I got to make up for yesterday. So I need to get the chairs out, get my camping gear in, bring it over here, empty the fucking van, and just start packing it little by little. Every day, get a bunch of shit in it. I'm on the fence right now. It's going to depend on how packed the van is when I'm ready to go. And that's going to determine how much else I'm going to bring. I'm going to try to bring my 2 boxes of giveaway stuff and my bags of t-shirts that I have. And then past that, I'll try to bring 1 guitar, 2 guitars, and then maybe my drum kit, if there's room. I need to be able to set all of this up and then be able to get into my van at night and close up and have the drum kit and the guitars in there, right? There's some stuff I can leave outside. I can leave the cooler out in the tent or under the canopy. A bunch of shit I can just leave outside the van, right? But I can't leave the drums in the tent or outside in the canopy, the guitar. So that stuff has to go into the van with me at the end of the day. So I can lock myself in the van at night and feel safe. And know that my stuff is safe. So it's going to come down to the last load packing into the van. I've got to pack DeWalt batteries, a charger, you know, all kinds of camping gear, bags of this, boxes of that. I'm going to be there for 4 nights. So I have to be able to cook and eat for 4 days and nights. I have to be able to entertain myself as well as the possibility of entertaining a bunch of people. I have to have the facilities there so that if the party really goes Saturday night and really picks up, that I've got a reason for people to be there, you know. If people don't want to do the scavenger hunt, we'll do a raffle or a drawing, right? Or an auction. We'll just do a bunch of weird, fun stuff. you know. I wish I had some of the girls from the past, because I would be able to get with them and say, okay, look, we need a bunch of games and stuff to do. We need things, events, you know, we need stuff to do, fun stuff. Find fun stuff for us to do for cheap, you know. So we'll see. I think it's time to do a bong hit. I've only done one bong hit this morning, and my body is really starting to wake up, and I hate that because it hurts when it wakes up. The pain is no longer over on the couch. The pain is sitting where I am, and I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Totally, eh? Totally, eh? Yeah. Fucking eh. I wish that if anything, people would have gotten with me and sent me photos of people who have been lost, right? So I could put together a memorial video, right? I could put together a memorial video of people who I know we have lost, but there's going to be way more than that. And I really wanted to get people involved. I mean, for like a year ago, I was like, okay, people, look, get with me. If you're going to come, send me photographs. If you're not going to come, send me photographs of people we lost. Nothing. Nobody wanted to get involved. Everybody is so used to having everything done for them. Even people that I grew up with are like, gonna do it myself. They're just, I don't know, lazy, complacent. You know, but if it ain't done for me, all I want to do is buy a ticket. That's what people wanted. How much are the tickets? They just, you know, where can I buy a ticket and how much? And it's like, well, it doesn't work like that. It's a reunion. We're not doing tickets. We're doing donations. We're doing help. You know, if you can get together and be a part of this and take on a job, then that's what I need. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing it to make money. I'm not doing it to come out with a surplus of cash. At this point, I'm hoping I sell enough t-shirts just to pay for the camping, right? Because I'm not going to be the only one there. So therefore, camping, the site, being there, is part of the expenses. And while I didn't raise enough to pay for the shirts, I will be selling the rest of the shirts in hopes to pay for some of those expenses. Somebody's got to pay for the campsite. And there's going to be a lot of people there using it, at least I would hope. So it's just part of the budget, right? At this point, I'm the budget, right? All the money that I raised for shirts, I gave to the girls who made the shirts and probably still owe them. I'm hoping that we're even. At some point when all this is over and said and done, I'm going to have to go and say, hey, look, where are we at? You know, thanks for carrying me, but we need to cut bait. At some point, I'd like to get one screen printer station and just make my own fucking shirts, you know? Just make my own shirts, make my own vintage shirts. I'd love to just sit and do that. Do live stuff, write autobiographical stuff, and make shirts. You know, make a design, print it out, create the screen, make a bunch of shirts, stash the screen away for later, sell a bunch, and move on. I've got a lot of great vintage shirt ideas. I could probably make more money just doing vintage shirts than I could doing anything else. But not if I have to go to like a third party to get them made, because then my expenses just go what? And then I'm not making any money. It's not worth it. So there you go. Are you still there? Is there anybody still there? We're going to do a bong hit. I need somebody to cover me. So cover me. I'm going in. Hey, look, my brother's online. Yeah, there are friends and family, ex-girlfriends, co-workers and stuff, schoolmates, school chums. There's a lot of people who are going to be there. I'm hoping that a lot of people that I never got to know, right? I hope a lot of those people show up. There are people who are older than me that I'm hoping are going to show up, and some people who are younger than me. I'm hoping there's people that I knew of and would hang out with their siblings and whatnot, but people who I never really got to know, and I think that would be really cool to get to know a bunch of people. I'm going to take a stack of my cards, my my little morning show cards that I made. They're what you call it, hobby cards. They're not business cards. Some people make business cards. They're my hobby cards. They just let people know who I am and where I'm at and what I do. I screw around. That's what I do. So I'm going to take those and give those out to people who show up. Ask them to subscribe and visit my channel. And hopefully make some new friends. Make some new friends out of old friends. Yeah, and I might go live. I might go live on Saturday night. I just might. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take my laptop and the power cable, a microphone and a camera, and set up a little video booth. All right, stop. That is for me to go wake up my wife. It's too early. It shouldn't be for another 15 minutes. So we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, totally we'll see. They call him Will See. Because he will see. So I'll wait a few minutes and then go wake her up so that I'm not waking her up too early. I think she said she needed to be at her friend's at 8. So 6:45 is usually her get up time. So I'll wait a few minutes. She'll probably be up anyway. She'll probably just beat me and get up. Okay, so what do I need? I need this cigar box. Here is what I need. And here's another pair of hemostats. Hemostats. Okay, so hemostats are a surgical instrument that's used to clip off something, clip off a vein, or pull some skin back and hold it or whatever. So those little hemostats. Back in the 70s and 80s, we used them for roach clips, right? So I've got a couple of pairs of hemostats here, and I'm going to polish those up and take those, as well as the cigar box filled with buttons, coins, sucrets boxes, these poker chips from our old hometown casino, books of matches, glasses, sunglasses, round sunglasses, right? Hippie sunglasses, right? So I'm going to take a bunch of these items for people to choose from when they accomplish the scavenger hunt, right? And then I'll raffle off a bunch of these items and do like an auction if there's enough people. I almost got it yesterday, but this week I need to stop and get my poster frame so that I can do my poster. And yeah, it's just, there's so many cool things that I've got to gift people. There's going to be a few little stacks of things that I'm going to keep separate so that if specific people show up, I've got gifts just for them. This friend of mine, Dan, who's really, really into Disney, he is a Disney kid, right? I'd swear he was a Mouseketeer. And he's just a lovable guy, him and his wife. And I have these Disney items for him, vintage Disney items for his Disney collection. So I'm hoping he shows up so I can give them. I've got an 8-track. I've got an album, a 3-set album deal, and some other things that I'm happy to share with him. So yeah, I'm excited about that. And there's a few other people that I hope show up that I can say, hey, check this out. But I'm going to have a shitload of items there for people to just go, wow, man, can I have that? Yeah, baby. That's what they're there for. I'm going to sell the shirts, and I'm going to try to sell or auction a couple of the items. But for the most part, if people buy a ticket and enter the raffle or buy a scavenger hunt entry, I think that's going to be enough, right? I think that's going to be enough. So I think the party promo today and the scavenger hunt is what I'm going to work on today. Hunt map / route. That's pretty much what it's going to be. And I'm just going to go location, item, location, item, location, and just a list from 1 to 100. And I'm going to use Google Earth. And hopefully get, I think some of the photographs will just be a view. Give me a panoramic shot of the lake, right? So I'm going to do stuff up on the Ortega Mountain and down to the next town this way and over to the next town this way and halfway up to this town here. And so I'm going to do our whole area. There'll be a small route that you can follow that'll get you 50 to 75 photos. If you want to get that other 75 to 100 photos, you've got to go a little bit further, a little bit further. You got to go up this road here, a little bit out of town, and take a picture of that painted rock that looks like a frog or an apple or something, right? Next, go here and take a picture of that, right? So I'll have stuff that's a little bit out, which will make, those are the ones that are going to make getting to 100 difficult. The ones that are a little bit further out, you know, and they'll all be like, once you go here, you can either continue down this way, or you can go up this way, Ortega's, and it'll be just, you know, okay, this one's a little far out of the way, so it's like 2 photos here, and then go down this way past everything else, and then go 2 photos down there, you know, and then just go the normal route around town, and then if you want to go a little bit further and get those 2 photographs, okay, and then a little bit further and get those 2 photographs, and that will take it to 100, right? I don't know that I'm going to be able to get anybody to go and do this before I get there. There's somebody who lives there. Would he be willing to drive around and take 100 photographs I mean, if he did, he would be the first one to choose the 4 items, right? Because you don't just go upgrade, you actually get to take something from each level you accomplish, right? So there. A couple of more minutes, I'm going to go check on my wife if I don't hear from her. Totally. And get ready to do another bong hit here. Let's see, this thing should be pretty much packed for the day. Oh yeah, that's packed. But I think that at some point today, I'm going to have to get out and get me another quarter of this stuff. And I think I'm going to take a half when I go camping, or the better part of a half. Maybe I'll just take a quarter with me and leave a half home, or a quarter at home, so that I'm sure to have something when I get back, right? But I plan on smoking joints, right? I don't get to smoke joints. I'm going to take my portable graphics bong here and take that with me. This is my beer cozy. But you know what? If there's somebody else around, I'm going to be smoking joints. There's nothing like passing around a doobie, man. So I need to have a little bit extra so that I can roll up a half dozen doobies for the weekend. That'd be great, man. I know the first day that I'm there, I'm going to smoke a joint with somebody. Hopefully he'll be able to come by when I'm there, when I first get there, and maybe help me set up camp. And then I'll probably have some lunch and then lay down and take a nap, right? And then probably just take it easy the first night. I'll probably just be by myself. My friend I might have a friend or two that'll stop by for a minute, but ultimately the first night's going to be for me. And I'll sit in my van at night with my TV and my piles of drums and guitars and stuff. And I just sit in there and watch a good movie and go to sleep. Get some rest. Try to get a lot of good rest the first night. And then the second night, because Saturday night, it should be a long day. It should be a long day. I'll probably have my teeth in all day, and I will just be miserable at the end of the day. I'll probably have to smoke a lot and maybe even drink a beer with dinner, just so that I can ease up that pain. The longer I'm awake, the more I hurt. The more that I'm wearing my teeth, the more my jaw and head and stuff hurt, which goes right into my spine. It's just horrible. So I planned to wear them the other day and got halfway down the road and went, son of a bitch. So today I'm going to put them on at some point. I think I'm going to go lay down first and then get up and put them in and wear them the rest of the day, and then have dinner with them in. I know, listen to some old guy talking about his teeth, dentures, right? Damn, dude, you got it rough. I ain't got shit. I don't do rough, I do life. All right. It's just about a couple of more minutes and I'll go check on my wife. Maybe there'll be a little extra coffee. I can get a little warm up here. That'll be nice. And so let me do this. I'm going to load this bong and then take my cup and go get a little bit more coffee in my cup and then check on my wife. So if you give me a few minutes, I will be back and we will continue this, and I'll do some reading from the TV guide during the last 15 minutes of the second hour. All right, I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. I'm back, baby. Good morning, WW. How you doing? Yeah, baby, let's do that. I just had to go check on my wife and make sure she's awake for the day. She is. She's up. She's stretching. And she's taken off alone today, so I'm going to stay long to make up for the rest of the week when I've had to leave early. That's what I love about Fridays, is if I can stay long on a Friday, then it makes up for not being here over the weekend. Because by Monday, I'm just like, man, I got so much going on. I need to talk, man. You know, not much goes on in my pathetic little life, but it's a lot for me. So here we go. Good morning, W. The double W. A W. It looks like a valley with a mountain inside of it. That's what a W looks like. Whereas an M just looks like two peaks and a valley. The W, man, it's two peaks down into a valley with a peak in the middle, man. It's like standing up in the Grand Canyon. Or standing up in the mountains looking down at the other mountains poking up. What an awesome W, man. See, I got the M and you got the W. I'm MM and you're WW. That's so cool. The album. The album is Jan and Dean. Got to take that one last ride. And this is the comeback. I did not pay $9 for this. This came in thousands of records that I purchased. This one here is their comeback after Jan's accident, right? So there you go. And it's a double opener here. It's live. It's got the guys on the back. And it's the one on the left is the guy who had the accident. And it was the guy on the right, Dean, who came back and said, look, we gotta put this music thing back together, man. And so they did. And you can see it in his face there, that he's different. He's different after the accident, right? And the fact that they got back together was, you know, the key part of the story. So there you go. Jan and Dean. So there you go. There's that album of the day. It's Friday, so we were talking about conspiracy theories, and we were also talking about things that I did when I was young to make money, because you got to make money, right? They were like the Beach Boys. In fact, I believe Jan and Dean were originally a part of the Beach Boys, and they split up, right? I believe that is what was that. Let me just go to here and do Jan and Dean. And okay, here we go. Jan and Dean, via Wikipedia, were an American rock duo consisting of William Jan Barry and Dean Ormsby. They were pioneers of the California sound, later popularized by the Beach Boys. Among their first successful song was Surf City, and it got to the Billboard 100. Then they did, there's 10 singles, right? Baby Talk, Drag City, Dead Man's Curve, Grammy Hall of Fame. They got into the Grammy Hall of Fame in 2008. And The Little Old Lady from Pasadena in 64, right? Dean Torrance won a Grammy for Best Album Cover, Psychedelic Rock Band. pollution. Wow. Okay, early years. Anything. It doesn't say anything about them being with the Beach Boys. I believe they were compared to the Beach Boys, and the Beach Boys were compared to them. I remember hearing a concert with the Beach Boys opening for the Grateful Dead, right? And there, the Beach Boys were out on stage. I don't know if they were with the Dead playing, but somebody out there asked them to play Surf City, right? And they said, hey man, that's not us. If you want to see that, go talk to Jan and Dean, man. So I remember that distinctly. Yeah, the Beach Boys were way more successful, mainly because Jan and Dean only went so far. They were doing the same Beach Boy type music that the Beach Boys did early on, but they didn't change. The Beach Boys changed. They grew, they evolved. Just about the time that the Beach Boys changed and grew and evolved, Jan and Dean should have. But there was that accident. And I believe it was Jan driving too fast on Mulholland or something, or one of those streets, and he rear-ended a truck in his like Carmen gear or something, and just destroyed his brain. And it was a miracle that he survived. And he was screwed up on one side, and he talked funny, and he slurred his words, and his brain didn't work right, and he was fucked up, you know. And if it wasn't for Dean coming back and rescuing him from his own fate, they never would have put this album out, and they never would have balanced things out, right? It would have ended horribly. He had an accident, he lived a miserable, alone, being used up by people, and then he died. But instead, Dean came and got him, and they went out and they actually put the music back on the road. So after that, I think they actually opened for the Beach Boys once when they came back. Now, is that possible? Jan and Archie? Oh, Jan and Arnie. Right. Okay. Let me see what we get about records, peak years. Barry's car wreck. 1966. Severe head injury. See, that was so early, man. By that time, the Beach Boys had already started to listen to the Beatles and vice versa, and they were starting to change. And Jan and Dean probably would have changed with the times too, a little bit. But is that a Jerry clock? Yeah, that is. It's a Jerry clock. So there you go. Pretty cool, huh? Totally. So right now it's set on, or it should be set on 420. Totally. There you go. Yeah, I figured that was appropriate for this week. There you go. So listen, on April 12th, 1966, he received severe head injuries, a car accident on Whittier Drive, okay? A short distance from Dead Man's Curb in Beverly Hills. Oi. Let's see, I'm just trying to read through this stuff. Barry recovered from brain damage and partial paralysis. He had limited use of his right arm and had to learn to write with his left hand, as well as learning to walk again. And he didn't have really good speech. It took him a while to learn how to speak right and then sing. I think it turned out that singing became easier than talking. I'm just looking to see if it mentions whether or not they did open for the Beatles. I mean, for the Beach Boys at some point. I'll probably just have to search that fact specifically. Totally, eh? Totally, eh? Okay. Did Jan and Dean open for Beach Boys? Yes, Jan and Dean did open for the Beach Boys in the early 1960s, and they were contemporaries and friends, and they performed together during that time, contributing to surf music. There you go. It doesn't say whether or not they did in the later years. And I don't think they opened. I think what happened was, as it was depicted in the movie, yes, it does keep time. I think it needs a battery and it needs to be tightened up correctly so it doesn't wiggle. But yeah, it's a cool little clock. It is. It's got the, it's just got the little clock mechanism built into it. So it's pretty basic. It's just one of those little basic little clocks. You know, it's basic. It's just totally basic. Totally. Somebody who used to be a friend left it to me. I no longer consider that person a friend, but I don't wrap things up in people, right? It's like, you know, it was a nice gesture back then. I'm not gonna like, oh, I hate that guy now, I'm gonna throw it away, right? I might give it away, but I'm not gonna just throw it away because I no longer like that person. I'd hate to say that I don't want to say that I hate that person, right? But they give me no reason to like them anymore, so I don't like them anymore. There, that's it. That's all there is. That's all there is to that, baby. Well, that's cool. That's neat. That's a neat thing there. Yeah. All right. Well, let's see. Today's 4 o'clock film. The 4 o'clock movie is 16 in Webster Groves, and Charles Kuralt goes to Webster Groves, kind of a semi-affluent community. I think in upstate New York or something, you know, or in the East, and they visit these kids at 16 years old in their life and what they do. And what their aspirations are and how they're expected to grow and evolve. And then they revisit them 7 months later. And then next week we're going to have the return to Webster Groves. Basically, I rescued him from his own fate, brought him here, put him up for a year, took care of everything so that he could get his shit together and get out and get a job and make something of himself. And he sat here on Facebook for a year and did absolutely nothing. Watched TV, ate food, ran up a bill with my wife. I told him I didn't want anything from you. You succeed at getting your shit back together, and that's all I want. Because I had known him since I was 15 years old. And I thought, this is what you do. And he just shit all over that. And then he picked up and ran out. You know, just got up one day and just took off. Didn't say anything. Unfriended me on Facebook. Blocked me on all of the shit. And he was just gone. Just extracted, you know, like he used me up and then just took off. And all I wanted was for him, and I finally had to blow up at him a couple of times, saying, look, man, my wife's like, wants you out of here, but I want you to get your shit together, you know. This whole opportunity was that. And he blew it. So, I no longer like that person. You know, it's unfortunate. That's the way it was. The fact that we had known each other for 40 years just didn't mean shit to him. He had already given himself over to his just worthless, meaningless existence. And I don't know, now he's probably moved in with his kids and is dragging their lives down. You know, I swear I'm going to come back and I'm going to pay you back and I'm going to help, you know, make up for all. And that's like bullshit. Bullshit. That's all. Everybody says that when, you know, when they're just trying to escape. They'll fucking say anything. All tweakers should die. Period. Yep. So that was an unfortunate situation. He left a couple of things here. I had given him a few things, and he had given me a few things. And had I known that he was going to be leaving like that, I might have just said, you know what, take everything. When he left, I threatened up and down that I had thrown all of his shit away that he had left behind. I didn't, of course, because I'm not like that. So I just packed his stuff away somewhere. And, of course, he got a storage unit before he left here because he knew he was leaving. Yes, he was. And so he left with a storage unit here. And so when I come back to get my stuff, I'm going to pay you guys back, right? And I know full well that he got up and got out of town on a bus, and he's either still paying for the storage unit because he's too scared to come back to town, or he took the stuff with him, rented a vehicle, and took everything with him when he left, which is probably the case. Yeah. I literally, you know, rescued him twice. Both times I rented a car, paid for the whole trip, brought him here, took care of him, paid for everything. One time, the last time, he stayed for a year. And while he was going to work with us, helping us clean, it was begrudgingly. I couldn't get him out to do anything else. You know, he'd stay up late at night doing, gosh, I wonder what. I'm pretty sure he brought the shit into my house, you know, and hid it from me. And then just continued to screw up his life, you know. And I'm like, dude, you're given this opportunity. The same opportunity I was given was to put my shit back together by friends and friends' families. Not him, but others. And I thought, well, this is what you do, you know. All these people, now I can help him. And he just shit all over that. Shit all over my family. Left us all sad and angry, you know. It was horrible. It was fucking horrible. It took me a year to get over that. I was crushed. And now I'm just done, you know. Fuck him. Will he show up at the reunion? Probably not. If he did, would I care? Probably not. As long as I didn't have to fucking associate with his stupid ass. You know, but I won't be quiet. You know, it's not like he's going to show up and I'm just going to, well, what's wrong with you guys? Nothing. I don't want to talk about it. Oh, I'll talk about it. Because I got no problem talking about it. You know, I wasn't the one at fault. You know, and if I were, I would fucking admit it. And apologize. And make amends. But he's not like that. He's a piece of garbage. You know, he's the garbage in his family. That's what he is. You know, I'm the black sheep of a black sheep family. He's the garbage of a decent family. Even if his kids are better than him. You know. Which I hope to be as well. I hope my daughter is better than me. But there's not going to be such a great distance between the two as there is with this dipshit. And I'll never say his name. I'll never point and say, that's him. You know, I'll never talk shit on him specifically. You know, he knows who he is. And that's all there is to that. That's on him. It's all on him. It has nothing to do with me. He screwed up. His, you know, he's at fault. It's a tarnish on his soul, not mine. I did good. I did what I was supposed to do as a friend and a human, right? If he's going to go the rest of his life and not understand that, not see how he fucked up, and maybe he's miserable. Maybe he knows how bad he fucked up, and he's just too scared or sad or whatever, you know, whatever. That's fine. It's all on him anyway, because I'm done with it. I don't want anything from him. If he were to show up and go, here, man, I won the lottery. Here's get out of here. You know, you just don't get it, huh? You just don't get it. You just don't get it. You just don't get it. Hey, Raymond Smith, how you doing out there? Who are you and where are you at? I'm in Joshua Tree, California. That's where I'm at. I'm hanging out in the desert. It's already in the 80s out there. So that means by 8 or 9, it'll be in the 90s. By noon, it'll be over 100. Yes, sir. Raymond Smith. It sounds familiar. Gosh, I don't think we know each other, but it does. Oh, you're in England. Well, I guess we're not acquainted physically, as it were. How's the weather over there? I would imagine that it is in the evening. It's early morning here. It's 7 a.m. Pacific Standard Time here. So I'm just waking up, baby. It's morning over here. I've been up actually since about 3:30 this morning. Since before my alarm went off. And then of course my alarm went off, and on the second snooze I stopped it. So, boy, it's sunny here, I'm telling you. Too sunny. Sunny! So you should be, what, late afternoon? Late afternoon tomorrow? I don't know how it works. I remember watching episodes of MASH and how they would be on the radio talking to the United States and be saying, like, is it tomorrow or yesterday over there? Right? Okay, 3 in the afternoon. Right on. That's what I figured. Early evening. I'm not good with time and time zones and stuff. But that's cool, Raymond. Good old England. I have a friend who... well, rather an acquaintance, but I would like to refer to them as friends. She lives over there. Ruthie. Her and her fiance lives here in the United States, and she lives over there. Her fiance, Robert, is a musician and performer, singer, and he goes back and forth from the United States to England and to Europe and all over the world performing. So he spends a lot of time on the plane commuting to go to England to see her. And I think she just finished her last round of chemotherapy. So it's real important that he get over there a lot. And I believe he just came back from visiting over there, and he's got some shows to do in the U.S. And I hope that he gets back into my area again so that I can see him. If you don't know who Big Sandy is, that's who I'm talking about, Big Sandy and the Fly Ride Boys. And I believe they performed in England before. But he visits there regularly to see his fiancée. So good morning, Ruthie and Robert. How are you? Thanks for the photos and the autographs and that kind of stuff. I appreciate it. And the great shows. And I hope to see their stuff again. Hopefully out here. They come out here every year or two. You sing karaoke, but not well. I should try karaoke, right? Because I fiddle around on the guitar, but I'm not great. I have to really concentrate playing and singing and... you know, the words, I cannot remember words. So, on YouTube? You do it on YouTube? Well, that's cool. I didn't know that you could do that. I didn't know there was a YouTube karaoke thing. But then again, there's a lot of stuff that I don't know. I just don't know. So how did you find out about this show there, Raymond? How do I call you? Ray? RS? We go by the irregulars on this show. We'll usually do a nickname or abbreviations or something. You can call me crazy or old or weird or bearded or just hey guy. Or you can just call me Michael. Sub to you. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Oh, the radio shows. Old time radio. I grew up listening to old time radio. So for me, it's a kind of a window into my own past. Being homeless growing up as a kid, living in motorhomes and tents and stuff, we often only had the radio. So every night we would turn into the local stations to hear old rebroadcasts of old-time radio shows. And then my father would have a small collection of old shows. So even though I'm not really that old, I really grew up on old-time radio. And it's weird to introduce your teenage friends to old-time radio when it's shit that their parents were into. Man, you sound like my dad. So I used to get that a lot. If you like old stuff, yeah, exactly. If you like old vintage radio, I did a small series, a short-lived series called Nighttime Nonsense and Nostalgia, which was a nod to a show that my father did back in the 70s out here in California. And he was a DJ for a while. And he did a radio show that just did excerpts from old radio shows, comedy bits, old 1920s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s music, right? But most of the stuff was nostalgia, which is what I based this show on. So my show played 4 blocks of 4 songs in each block, and they were 1920s and 30s songs. And I would, because I enjoyed that stuff originally from the 70s and 80s, I would use old 70s and 80s commercials during the commercial breaks, old news broadcasts, old PSAs, and that kind of stuff. So if you get a chance, check out the Nighttime Nonsense and Nostalgia. I did 2 seasons. I did a season where I was doing it every day, 5 days a week, 5 nights a week, and then I had to stop that because I was doing mornings and nights. And I went to Friday nights and did it for a little while as Friday night show, and then put it on a hiatus and finally decided to just not go back to it. Mainly because I had my teeth extracted, and it was like, nah, I don't want to do the DJ thing anymore. I feel a little funny, not speaking right anymore, but I think I'm over that now, and I think I'll go back to that at some point. And rather than do it every Friday at 5, which was my father's time slot, which is why I eventually adopted that, what I'll do is I'll do a special every once in a while. I'll gather up a bunch of great music and commercials and news broadcasts and stuff, and then do like a 2-hour special. At one point, right before I ended that Friday night show, I introduced a little half-hour show that was called the Video Time Machine. And it was just that. It was video stuff, because the show I was doing was an audio show. So, although it was on a YouTube video, it was still just in kind of an audio thing. And I wanted to do more video stuff, so I introduced this Video Time Machine. Eventually, the Video Time Machine took over that slot and became a 2-hour show in itself. It's not live. It's all kind of pre-gathered old video elements and then cobbled together into an episode. So the Video Time Machine is a look at the world in video as far back as the 1920s, maybe the 19-teens, depending on what kind of elements I can find. And I'll usually start the show off with a 1920s or 30s musical act, then go into an episode of a kids show, and then do some commercials and an episode of some kind of, you've seen that. I usually try to interject some, pardon me, Felix the Cat in the first season. This season has got Betty Boop. Now I've started introducing Rest in Peace at the end, so we can, because I've just started to notice how many people we're losing. So I like to do commercials from England, from Australia, from Japan, from Germany, from Italy, from the Philippines, from Mexico, right? So I try to include shorts from France and England and just anything I can gather up. So it's not just America. It's a lot, because that's where I grew up, and I'm looking through my eyes at all of this. But I try to gather up as much as I can from as far out as I can, and as far back as I can. And I don't go past the 1980s. It stops at 89. I think once I used an element from 1990 for an RIP thing, because I couldn't find anything from that person in the 80s. And I thought, all right, 1990, it's like the end of the 80s, so that'll work. But I try to keep it 80s and before, because that's where I first started enjoying past video stuff, was the 70s and 80s, when I first found out about what the 20s were. Prohibition and gang violence and silent movies. You know, I first found out about these things when I was a kid in the 70s. So I'm kind of looking at it from that perspective, looking back. So you kind of got to jump into a time machine to get back to the 80s. Once you're there, we take a look back from there even further. And that's what I love about that show. So every week I'll spend a half a day to a day putting together an episode while doing the rest of my life. But it really takes up a lot of my time. But it's a lot of fun. And I think I'm getting better at it. I think season 3 is going to take on a whole new feel, because I think I'm going to create an actual time machine so that the screen will look like the cockpit of a time machine. And we'll have different features in the time machine. We'll have a cable box with a slide on it and a TV, right? So we can zip around from channel to channel. Look, now we're on PBS and we're going to watch an ed film. Okay, now we're over to HBO and we're going to watch some movie trailers, you know. It'd be nice if I could then go to the drive-in and be at a drive-in, you know, and have little elements so that you look out the cockpit of the time machine and we're in a different place, or you look onto a TV on the time machine, or there's an old radio there inside the cockpit, you know, and we're picking up an old radio station. So I may make that as a separate thing, where every once in a while I'll do a time machine special where we're in the cockpit, and then all of a sudden, all right, we're here. Now let's look at this, and we look at this, and then whoosh, now we enjoy that, and then we're back into the time machine. Let's set the time dial for this, whoosh, whoosh, and boom, we're blasting through space, and now we're here, and let's zoom in and look at this, right? I think that, to me, would give me a whole other satisfaction in my creativity, right? So I think that's where I'm going next. I'll probably continue to use the opening and the closing. I may change it up a little bit. You know, swap out to that spinning TV at the beginning. I may swap out, put some new stuff in there. I may add some dialogue to the opening. I may add some technical stuff to it. So, yeah. You know, I used to have all this focus on what I wanted to do with this channel and creatively, and pain took all of that out of me. So now I just kind of do what my pain allows me to do, right? And then all of the other things that I'm required to do in the world and life. But sitting in this chair, doing live stuff, editing video, gathering elements, doing research, that's a lot easier than playing the guitar every day and learning a new song and recording it and then coming up with a video, or going out every Friday night or Monday night to an open mic and recording that and doing all of those other things that I had going on. That just became way too much, you know, and it really, you know, it was affecting my health. So I just had to pull back. And now I'm just doing 5 mornings a week. Eventually we'll go back to Minecrafting Monday and do that. And then along with the video time machine, I'm going to do a nighttime nonsense and nostalgia special every once in a while, and do it on Old Time Radio Wednesday, because it's a radio type program. But it's just a lot of fun, you know, a lot of fun. Busy, yes. Does any of it really mean anything? Not really. It's for my own satisfaction, my own gratification. It's just mental masturbation, basically. I sit here and I jerk off all day, doing this, doing that, doing this, doing that. I never really get anything accomplished, right? I get a lot of stuff out there in the ether, right? None of this makes any money. This is all non-profit. I use so much copyrighted material that I can't ask for money. I can't do commercials or anything. Or I have to cut down 2/3 of my content, right? And it's the content that's important to me, because the whole channel here is about me. It's about Crazy Old Weird Bearded Guy, and all of those things on the channel are little pieces of what has made me me. And I'm not going to charge for that. I can't charge for that, you know. I'm not selling my life story. I'm just putting it out there, you know. At some point this will become more autobiographical, and I will take more time away from the channel just to write, just to work on a little bit of music, just to do more creative things than just sit here and go blah blah blah. Right now this is great. For another season or 2 of this, I can share everything I have around me. Every episode I can pull something out and say, check this out. This is from the past. Let's look at it. Let's explore it. Let's talk about it. Whether it's movies or music or old radio or, you know, items, you know, secrets box. What did you use? Now it's Altoids, right? But what did you use your old secrets box for? And in England, what did they have? Throat lozenges. What were they? What were they called? And did they have little metal tins, right? And what did you use them for? Back in the 70s and 80s, we used metal tins to create a little pot kit, a place where you could put your dope, right? Right? Yeah, sort of smoking pot. So I got this little time machine, is what I call it, and it's just an old 1980s secrets box, and it's got some old 1980s matches, some zigzags from the 70s, an old roach clip, you know, and that's what I call a time machine, right? That's it. That's all there is to it. It's just a little time machine. Oh, here's my yo-yo too, Dairy Queen yo-yo. So yeah, keeping busy does help your mental health. Mine's been none too good. So I'd like to stay busy. I found myself out here just talking to myself a lot, right? Which I've always done. I've always been a very communicative person with oneself. But other than, you know, getting a lot of things out in my own head, there was no payoff, right? This is a lot more fun. I decided, you know what? I'm going to just get on and just fucking sit there and talk. And I did that for the first 3 seasons. I just talked. And now, with this season, I get to explore all of the stuff in my house that I've collected over the last 3 years, since my father passed away. And I've just started collecting stuff, like, oh, I need this, I gotta have that, oh, that reminds me of this. And now I got a house full of crap, a trailer full of crap, storage, a garage, just filled with shit. It's like, what am I gonna do with it? Share it on the show. So every morning we have an album of the day. This one is Jan and Dean. What is that? One last, gotta take that one last ride, right? Jan and Dean. And every Monday we have a movie of the week. Every Tuesday we have a TV show of the week. Every Wednesday we have an old-time radio show of the week. On Thursdays I can bring out old stuff, 8-tracks and cassette players and games and this and that or whatever, books. And we talk about them. On Fridays I can just blah, 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 and just share whatever, you know. Yeah, it keeps me busy. And then on my off time, I'm preparing for this, right? So every weekend I take a day and I create videos I create what's going to happen the next week, and then I create a video to explain to everybody, a promo, you know, gather up elements and do, it's fun. It is really fun. It's a great hobby, because that's all it is. It's not a business, it's not a job. I treat it like a professional would. I've got lists and schedules. I got to still read from the TV guide here. It's great. It's great. I keep an agenda of what I do every day, so that I can plan it and schedule and keep track of what people are talking about, you know, and elements that I want to use for future shows. So I try to do it like it is a business, like it's a professional television studio, right? My friend said, man, you're like a TV mogul. You're like a young Ted Turner. And I just laughed, because it's ridiculously stupid and correct. I try to run it like my own little TV show, my own TV channel. So I program shows for time slots, right? And have series and episodes of stuff. Yeah. It is a hobby. It's a blast. It's fun. It really, really keeps me busy. In fact, I'm going to wait. My wife is going to be taking off shortly, so I'm going to go say goodbye to her. And then I'm going to read from the TV guide. So there you go. At some point, I'm going to kill the microphone and get up for a second. So let's see. I usually like to find out where people are from, when they were born. So I know I was born in 68. So I know, I think William was born in 77. Susie, who is here, was born in 69, I believe. And 69 or 70. And then her husband, James, is 9 years her senior. Right? So there you go. Joey, who is always busy and rarely shows up. He's an irregular. He's just turned 25. One of my closest and dearest new friends. He's actually visited us 3 times, and he's going to come back. So there you go. So yeah, 59. Okay, there you go. Cool. So you're more like James age. That's bitchin'. That is bitchin'. What are your musical interests there, Raymond? Do I call you Ray, Raymond, Mond? Smitty? What do you go by? What's What's your handle? Well, I go by Raymond Smith, jackass. Totally. If you're around enough, you'll find that I have a really unusual sense of humor, if you could even call it that. It's more like a cynical mockery of everything. Because I just, you know, I'm middle of the road on anything. Ray, cool. Hey, Ray, what do you say? I'm middle of the road on anything. I can usually be swayed in one direction or the other, depending on your argument, but I'm still always going to be more middle of the road. I just may be a little right or a little left of middle of the road, depending on which way I'm swayed. I never believe anything 100%, and I don't invest myself 100% into anything, because there should always be room for change and improvement, right? So I may say something one day, and then the next week I'm like totally contrary. But usually it's just a little bit north or south of my, what you call it? I have the British humor, and it gets me in trouble sometimes. Yeah. I have a Southern California counterculture kind of, yeah, sarcastic mockery, cynicism. I watch a lot of TV and movies and listen to a lot of old radio and stuff. So everything that I talk about and think about is usually set in the past, right? So my humor is kind of woven in between way in the past and then way in my past, like the 70s and 80s. I still haven't been able to get along with the world currently. That's it, you know. I'm still struggling. As YouTube, I think, is about as far as I've gotten into the newness of everything. That, and, you know, a little bit of social media. I try not to get in too much into social media and all that entails, because I'm middle of the road, and everybody always wants you to go hard in one direction or the other, and I'm like, dude, I can't do this. And social media, on the videos and stuff, even on YouTube, you see so many shorts and videos and reels and shit that just, they're shocking. I mean, I'll be watching something, and then all of a sudden it'll have a quick flash of something violent, and it's like, man, I thought subliminal shit went out decades ago, and no, it's all crazy real now. And they don't even have to they can show you anything now, and I'm like, dude, you need to block this. This is inappropriate. And I'll get a message back that says, nah, your attempts to block this have been denied. And I'm like, but they're like killing animals and people are dying and shit right there on the video. Nobody wants to see that. I don't want to be watching, scrolling, and I'm like, oh my god. So I just don't watch anymore. If I'm going through Facebook and I go through and up pops that bunch of reels that you scroll through, I just hit X and get rid of it. Don't want it. Don't show me anymore. I don't see any of it. All the ads, I just hit X, 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 X. So pretty soon I'm just watching shit from what I want to see. And even that, I don't want to see that. There's only a couple of people that I know that actually post original content about their own fucking lives. You know? And it's like, that for me, that's fun. To hear what's going on in somebody else's life and to see what's happening in their world. I don't want to see the stupid political videos that they want to share. I don't want that. They get unfollowed. I'm sorry, but they do. You know? Yeah, not even the funny videos anymore I can watch, because it always leads to something else. They're always going to, whether it's a commercial or an advertisement for something, or somebody else leading you to their channel where there's garbage. It's like, I don't need it. I don't need to sift through 100 videos to find the little tiny handful of good stuff anymore. Oh, I just cannot do that, right? What I watch is old stuff. If I'm on YouTube watching something, it's an old TV show or movie that I can't find anywhere else, right? I think before I bought Kiss the Phantom of the Park, I watched it on YouTube. Over the Edge, 1979 movie. I couldn't find it anywhere, so I watched it on YouTube first, in pieces, right? I'll be right back. Okay, that's that. My wife is gone for the morning. She'll be back in a few hours. That's why karaoke is good. Concentrate on the music. That's why I like to just sit and play my own music, right? I don't play guitar well. I don't even sing that well, especially now that I don't have any teeth. But it's fun. It makes me feel good. I picked up my guitar the other day, the one that I'm going to take camping, and unfortunately I had gotten it all set up professionally, and then I left it out in my storage shed after it started to warm up outside, right? Come on, there. And so I'm like, I brought it in, and it was like, okay, let me get out. So I tuned it up. Unfortunately, this one string, these two strings down here, 3 strings, so halfway down the neck, the frets start to get fucked up, right? Basically because I had him set this thing really low action, and the neck just is a little twisted. So he's going to take it and straighten it up. He's a luthier, so he's going to... It might sound a little off because with the headphones there's a slight delay, and by the time it gets to me I'm a little out of sequence, right? I was going to take it camping like this, but if somebody else shows up, pardon me, if somebody else shows up who actually knows how to play down below the 7th fret, because I don't, they're going to be like, what's wrong with your guitar, man? It's all fucked up. You need to get it fixed, you know? So I'm going to get it fixed before I go camping. I'm leaving Thursday morning to go camping, so I won't be here. But I told my guitar guy, Tumbler Guitars out here in Yucca Valley, I told my guitar guy, you know, it's doing this, and I'm going camping here. Are you going to be able to get it back to me before I go? And he said, yeah, bring it by. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to take it by Monday night. He said bring it by Monday night. He'll have it for a couple of days and get it back to me. And I'm like, okay, cool. So, fucking A. I was really happy about that. So when I go there, I'm going to be dropping off my wife's mandolin and my Kramer Farrington acoustic electric from 1987. So I'm going to drop those. I might even drop off my daughter's ukulele and have him check that out, right? We don't play. My wife played mandolin when she was a little girl, right? So I bought her a mandolin, hoping that she would recapture that, right? It's great camping in a group. Sing song each night. Yeah, totally. Sing along. We used to do that when we were young. So I'm going camping. I had set up this reunion thing. It kind of went wonky. I don't know who's going to show up. Somebody spread the word that it was canceled. Some other guy kept trying to come in and sabotage me, right? So at this point, I'm just going camping. I know that about a half a dozen people are going to show up at some point. And one of my oldest and dearest friends is going to be coming down about a 6-hour drive, 7-hour drive to get there. And so he's going to come down Friday night and stay Saturday night and leave Sunday morning, right? So we can get back to work. And I'll be damned. That one guy coming is going to make the camping trip. So I'm really happy about that. I don't know who's going to show up, but I'm going to go hoping that people are still intending to come to the reunion, right? So I'm going to set up a scavenger hunt and bring a lot of gifts for people. Old stuff, right? 8-tracks, 45s, hats from the old days, magazines, records, books, everything that I can gather up, including little secrets boxes with papers and matches and stuff from the past. Old, round sunglasses, just party stuff. Have varying levels of prizes and do raffles and maybe auction a couple of top items. But because I really wanted there to be live music and nobody got on board with me for raising money for live music, I'm going to bring my drum set. Good morning, Joey. I'm going to bring my guitars and an amp, and hopefully others will show up and get into this. It's a miracle I'm still here, huh, Joey? Joey, this is Raymond. He's over in England, and he's joining us this morning from across the pond, as it were. And we're just talking about camping. I got a battery in my van, new battery in my van. It's an old van conversion. He goes by the name Joey. So I go by the name, hey, fuckhead. No, really. Let's try to keep it nice. No way, man. I don't like to. Hey, Marge, he's at it again. Leave him alone, Hammy. He's creative. You guys are fucking nuts, man. I'm telling you. Hear me now and think about it later. You're on the metro. Ooh, are you on your way? You're on your way. He's on his way. He's on his way. Joey's going to an anime convention this weekend over there on the East Coast. He's in Virginia. So that's what's going on over there. Totally. Well, be sure to send me photos of your anime convention trip. I'd love to see photos of you doing stuff out there because I can't. So I get to live vicariously through you guys. So I appreciate that. Totally, yeah. I love his yeah. He always gives me those yeah responses. That's my boy. So yeah. Here's one for you. So, I don't mean to offend anyone at any time, but I just do what I do here on this show. I smoke a little pot, I drink a little coffee, I talk a little shit. I try not to offend anyone, but if you're offended by the things that I do, I can't help that. I can't help it. I won't apologize for the things I do. I'm me. It's unfortunate if somebody gets offended by me being me. I don't mind other people being themselves, so I just try to keep us all on equal footing, right? You do you, I do me. That's it. I gotta heat that up. That is called talk amongst yourselves. pose me some questions when I get back. I'm going to finally read from the TV guide, the Bible of television. I'll be right back. I got to heat this up, man. Man, here now. Hot. Totally hot, Derry. You know, don't you know? Here we go. Yeah, we just lost Ozzy. You're by his city, and there are a lot of tributes going on. Oh, I'll bet. I mean, just imagine what the beach looked out here in Southern California after Brian Wilson passed away. Yeah, and there's all over the U.S. people are like, wow, man. That is heavy. It's great that he had that last little show thing. That was awesome. I'll probably try to investigate watching some of that somewhere at some point. In one of my video time machines not too long ago, episode 22 or 23, I just did a rest in peace to like 11 people. And he was one of them, and I put in the 15 minutes I think he did or at least the 15 minutes that I found of him at the 1983 US Festival in California. And I put that on there because that's what I could find from Ozzy that I could use. I found a bunch of other really cool things, and I had this really great video of Ozzy and Randy Rhoads in a little makeshift studio practicing Crazy Train, and I put that on there, and I got denied, and I was like, oh, I really wanted that, so I used the US Festival one, because sometimes these celebrities who pass away are important to us, and we don't even know it, right? Writers and producers and directors and singers and stuff, people from past TV shows and movies, and we just don't get it until they're gone and we see them flash up a picture or a piece of a show or something they did, and you go, oh my gosh, that's the mother of the kid on this show, and you're like, wow, she's gone. So every day my computer throws up my algorithms must know that I'm an obit freak now, because it's constantly throwing up, guess who died, and I have to weed through it to find the people who are going to fit in the end of the video time machine in the rest in peace section, who passed away recently, but who were important to me and the world pre-90s, because that's where the video time machine is. So I'll always find, if I can't find an element from that person, or they weren't active pre-90s, then I'll just kind of omit using any elements, and I'll just either not put them in at the end at the RIP, or just put in a picture and their years alive. Exactly. I love those comments. When I get a comment like exactly, that comes to me about 30 to 40 seconds after you've actually heard what I said and then made that comment, and I'm like, exactly. What did I say that would lead him to say exactly? Tack on a little word reference. Exactly, that is... not only that, but my short-term memory is completely fried. An old childhood brain injury, and smoking pot for, 35, 40 years. 40, well, off and on. Those years that I was smoking cigarettes and drinking beer didn't help much either. But I gave up all my other vices so I could smoke pot. That's it. well, pot and caffeine, right? I gotta have a balance. I gotta have enough caffeine in me so I can keep smoking pot, so I can shake off the pain, so I can do more caffeine and smoke more pot, and I just go in a circle, right? Food gets in there at some point eventually, but not often. Like I was telling my friend the other day on the phone, I just lost interest in food after my teeth were gone, because it doesn't feel the same anymore. It's not the same texture. Nothing. It's just not the same. I don't enjoy eating anymore. And for years, I was really struggling with food. I was like, I don't like this, I don't like that. After I had a sinus infection and screwed up my sense of taste and smell, and then went right from that into COVID, and then it totally fucked me up. By the time I had all of my teeth pulled, I was like, food? Just give me an IV, man. I'm sick of it. So now I struggle every day to eat. Eat. That's what I struggle to do every day, is just get food in me. Yeah, well, enough about that. Let's read from the TV Guide. I got hot coffee. Oh, and it's hot. And it is Friday. So we are going to read from... This TV Guide is from 1978. And we are August of 1978. August 11th, 1978, on a Friday evening. And at 7:30 p.m. we have Hollywood Squares, my favorite cross-section of celebrities. And we've got Ernest Borgnine. Oh, I love Ernest Borgnine. Marty, right? As well as a million other things. Gary Berghoff, Vicky Carr, Phyllis Diller, George Gobel, Earl Holliman. Earl Holliman. Police Story. What was that? That Forbidden Planet, right? He played the cook that wanted the bottles of booze. He was funny on that. Paul Lynde, Tony Randall, and Stella Stevens. Ooh, look. Also at 7:30, The Muppet Show with Cloris Leachman. Nice. I don't think she's going to play Nurse Ratched, right? No, that wasn't Cloris Leachman. That was that other crazy broad. All right, at 8 o'clock, Tabitha, which is the spin-off from Bewitched, right? The daughter grown up. And then primetime Hollywood Squares. This is great. Lynn Redgrave, Milton Berle, Joan Rivers, Anson Williams. Anson Williams became a great director. He directed a lot of TV. Arthur Godfrey, wow, one of the first guys from radio. Susan Flannery and Rich Little. Wow. Washington Week in Review. Also at 8 o'clock, Wonder Woman. Yay, Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman. Also, Turnabout, News Magazine. Humiliados y Ofendidos. And Black Sheep Squadron, right on. At 8:30, Operation Petticoat. Next Step Beyond. The Muppet Show, right? John Newland. That One Step Beyond. That was, Next Step Beyond. It was One Step Beyond, and then the, there you go. Next Step Beyond. It's John Newland. One Step Beyond introduces the wheel. So it's Next Step Beyond is just a reintroduction to that old series, One Step Beyond. Your version of Hollywood Squares was called Celebrity Squares, right? Of course. You know, what would be your version of Hollywood in England in the 1970s or 80s? What would have been your version of Hollywood there? That's a good question there. Because our version of Hollywood back then was Hollywood. Shut up, you dumbass. Don't ask stupid questions. Because there's a studio, a famous studio, right? There in England that they filmed like Logan's Run and a bunch of Star Wars and bunch of other crazy, beautiful, fucking brilliant stuff was filmed in those studios. The Chrono Studios. It's the same. It's the same show, different title. But what is Hollywood there? Is there a like Hollywood? Where is where the TV studio? But mostly it's BBC, right? That's nationally owned television there, or are there private channels? I mean, now you got channels of everything, right? Cable but when did it go from like BBC owned everything to, you know, privatized commercial channels? When did cable come? Right? And where is England's Hollywood? England has got to have their own version of Hollywood, right? Totally. So let's see, at 8 o'clock we got all of that, Operation Petticoat at 8:30, at 9, here we go, 3 on a Date, comedy, drama, movie, 1978 TV movie. It's a fluff piece, but it's got Lonnie Anderson in it. There you go. Rick Nelson, Patrick Wayne, Gary Crosby, Ray Bolger, June Allison. That might be okay. Also at 9 p.m., August 11th, 1978, is the Rockford Files. Actually, it's just Rockford Files, James Garner. Royal Heritage. Here we go. How appropriate. How serendipitous. Documentary. British colonies. Influences on the mother country during Queen Victoria's reign. 60 minutes. Hey, there you go. Also at 9, Incredible Hulk. Yeah. Bill Bixby. It's the return of Incredible Hulk, and it's a repeat. Firing Line. That's a news program. At 10 o'clock, Quincy. That's that coroner dude played by Jack Klugman, right? Evening at Pops. A pilot for a show called Sparrow. A young New Orleans private eye. Oh, of course. Enough of that. Let's see, and that takes us into late night television, which is the usual Love American style. Beretta, Johnny Carson, Farrah Fawcett is on. And what do we got? Midnight Special, because it's Friday night. Host Neil Young, Emmylou Harris, Bonnie Raitt, Jesse Winchester, Little Feat, Weather Report. Oh, I love Weather Report. Oh, they're my favorite. And there you go. That's late night Friday. And that takes us into Saturday morning. Let's see what's happening the year before, in 1977, on Friday night. Prime time, right? Hollywood Squares. We're going to start off with Hollywood Squares, or Celebrity Squares. Lynn Anderson, Richard Crenna, George Gobel, Earl Holliman, Janet Leigh, Paul Lynde, Joan Rivers, Waylon and Madam, and Jonathan Winters, right? At this point, they hadn't made it to prime time, so they're not on at 8. But The Muppet Show doesn't say who. Hogan's Heroes is on at 7:30. Brady Bunch, pardon me, at 8. We have not got an equivalent version of Hollywood. Oh, very cool. Lucky you. Some of the worst people in America come out of Hollywood and then lead everybody else to stupidity. At 8 o'clock, Donnie and Marie guest Bob Hope, Ted Knight, the Harlem Globetrotters, wow, and the Weir Brothers. We've got also at 8, Sanford and Son, Keene Brothers, which I guess aren't the Weir Brothers, and a Western, Three Guns for Texas. At 8:30, Chico and the Man. Chico, Freddie Prinze, is still on the show and kicking. I think the next season he's gone. Let's see, at 9, movie, Clint Eastwood, Play Misty for Me. I don't like that movie. I've seen it once, that's enough. That broad is batshit fucking crazy. Alright, at 10, Quincy. So Quincy keeps that time slot there. The usual where we got Mary Hartman. Yay. Okay, midnight special at 1 a.m. The Bay City Rollers are the hosts. Casey and the Sunshine Band. Electric Light Orchestra. Yeah! England Dan and John Ford Cooley. Oh, I love that. Cooley. Roger Daltrey, Jimmy Webb, Hoyt Axton, and Billy Braver comedian. That sounds like a great fucking show. I love the Bay City Rollers. I used to watch their show in like 1977 in the morning on Saturday, and they were on the Croft Super Show. Electric Light Orchestra has always been my favorite rock and roll band. My daughter last year took us to see Jeff Lynne and ELO, and we got to see the very first show. Unfortunately, Grandpa wasn't exactly ready, and he forgot a lot of the lyrics. But hey, Joey, love you, brother. You take care. Get some rest. Oh, that's right. You're probably getting off your metro there somewhere. Send me photos. Love you, little guy. Take care. Talk to you soon. But yeah, ELO was beautiful. My daughter and I just, it was awesome. Peace, brother. It was awesome. It's her favorite band of my era, and my favorite band of my era. So she was bawling her eyes out. Oh, cool. That's it, baby. That's it. Now, in 1997, I went from Northern California, drove all the way down to Southern California to go to the beach to see ELO 2 perform. It was the whole ELO band without Jeff Lynne. And it was awesome. They played on the beach in an amphitheater that looked, from where we sat, we looked at the band and then out to the ocean. Oh, it was beautiful, right? And they did all the great ELO songs from the 70s, 80s. It was just a beautiful show. And then I was blessed enough just last summer to have my daughter say, yeah, let's go see ELO finally. It's going to be our last chance. Let's go see ELO. And, yeah. My daughter's taken me to so many shows. She's 20 years old. She's at university from home. She still lives at home. She doesn't even drive yet. And I'm her concert buddy. She just asked me the other day, do you want to go see a concert? I don't even remember who it is, right? One of these bands that's doing like a 20-year reunion. And I'm like, sure. You know that, you have to plan for me being not able to go. If I'm physically destroyed, I won't be able to go. But if I can go, I'll do it. I might be able to do one and then maybe not the other one. But hopefully we'll do both. Motion City Soundtrack is one that we're going to do in December. And I'm like, aren't we doing one? She says, yeah, we'll just do another one. Okay. They're far enough apart that it's like when it's back to back, then it's kind of hard on me because it's a 2.5-hour drive to LA from here and then turn around and come back and then being out all day without a nap because I'm old and feeble. It ain't the years, baby, it's the mileage, right? Yeah, Bay City Rollers. Now Roger Daltrey and the Who are somebody who I would really love to see. I would really love to see. I don't know that that's going to happen. I'd also love to see Firefall. They're based out of Colorado, and they're an old school country rock band type. And they're still releasing albums. They just did a second Friends and Family album, and they're touring. So hopefully I'll get to go somewhere here in California and see them. But yeah, my daughter, she's just crazy about concerts since she graduated high school. Her high school present, her high school graduation gift was 2 tickets to go see Harry Styles at the Los Angeles Forum out here, right? I have to send my wife a message that says I got it. So her gift was, and it cost us like $1,500 to get 2 tickets because we didn't know anything about buying tickets, right? Slade, oh yeah, Slade, glam band, totally. Oh, cool. It's neat to know bands, right? You're probably familiar with Psychedelic Furs. Their current guitar player and Rich Good is Adam Rich. That's an actor. Rich Good lives out here in the desert, and he's the current guitar player for Psychedelic Furs. And there's a lot of musicians out here, famous musicians who come and hide out here. Didn't you know so and so lived out here? Pretty funny stuff. Pretty funny. There you go. Lost track of what I was talking about. But my daughter, ever since she went and saw that, it was a bummer because I was supposed to go with her to this concert and I didn't get my negative COVID report emailed to me in time to leave for the show. So I said, okay, honey, you got to come with us, because if my email doesn't get to me by the time we get there, I can't get in, right? And you're going to have to go in with her. She said, well, that means you're going to sit in the parking lot, or one of us is. And I said, okay, well, if we get there, regardless of what happens, you're going in with her, because at this point I can't. So my wife and daughter went in to see Harry Styles at the Forum, and it set my daughter off. She wanted to go after the next album came out and he extended that tour, Love on Tour. She wanted to go back and see him again. And at this point, there were no restrictions and I could go. So I'm like, okay, yeah, because of this album, Harry's House, I just fell in love with that album. I've got it on LP, I got it on CD, I got it on cassette. It's just one of my favorite newer musicians. And he's like been around forever too. Never got into any of that other stuff, One Direction or any of that. She went and saw Niall Horan recently with her friends, and that was cool. We have that record. But it was like, so we went back the next year to see Harry Styles again because he had returned to do a 15-night residency. So it was like, okay, so we saw one of those nights, and that was bitchin'. After that, 2 weeks later, we went and saw the 1975 back at the Forum. And then she's like, guess what? Harry's coming to town for his birthday. And I'm like, what do you mean to town? She's like, right down in the desert here. He's going to the new Acrisure Arena. That is this tiny little hockey venue. And he's going to play it for his birthday. And I'm like, no. She got us tickets. And by now, she's excellent at getting tickets. And she's getting good prices. She's on waiting lists and lines and stuff, right? So we go to see Harry Styles on his birthday at this, less than 45-minute drive down the hill. And I'm like, God, this is awesome. We're super close, right? I wound up wearing a 1980s Nike jumpsuit. I put my hair in a ponytail. I wore a black and white snapshot camera around. I mean, I had a wine glass. I had all of these elements to a song, and I wore them. And then when he started the song, I took off my exterior and went out and stretched up and down the aisle in this jumpsuit, right, as an old guy with a Nike headband on. And I was cracking myself up. My daughter is in the seat just going, oh, I don't know this guy. Nobody down on stage noticed. And I was just hoping to get on camera, right? I should have told the guy who was on camera, dude, you need to get me. When the song comes on, look for me, because I'm going to be... And I should have done that, because I looked hilarious. This old guy with a bald head, right, in a jumpsuit, in a tracksuit, right, a 1980s jogging tracksuit and a ponytail, right? It was hilarious, dude. And I cracked myself up more, right? And my daughter, she's so funny. So we went back and saw the 1975 again at the Hollywood Bowl at their very best, after we had seen them at their best. The show was different, same stage setup, but it was different. It was crammed into the Hollywood Bowl. It was beautiful. So it was, after that, it was show after show after show. Every month, 1 or 2 shows, a show after show. My daughter, she just got into this thing, right? And she's still like that now. You know, she's almost 21. She's seen 35, probably 35 or 40 concerts in the last couple of years, right? She's just become a music junkie, right? She goes with her friends. She takes me and we go together. Sometimes I take her and her friends, drop them off, and then go to Hollywood and hang out for a couple hours and then go pick them up. Whatever works. One time I drove them to Irvine, hours from here, took them to a stadium, and then I sat in the parking lot and watched Netflix and YouTube and napped while they were at this little mini festival. Whatever it takes, man. If she's going to go to university and she's going to get straight A's and have a 4.0 plus average from the time she was in kindergarten, who am I to say no? She's buying the tickets, right? She's the one putting herself through school, right? She hasn't had to earn dime one because she has scholarshiped and granted and financial aided her way through everything. She's come out of this earning income going to school because she's staying at home. And we don't require her to pay rent or to get out of here when you're 18 and you need to buy your own food. We don't do that, you know. She's going to learn enough of that out in the world, right? Those are lessons that we learned when we were young because we had to become better people. Now I'm teaching her to be better than me by not being a slave to that, being a slave to her education and herself, and then eventually using that to make her own living and to do what she wants to do and have a life. So I wish I knew what the very clever thing was about, because I like to know when I'm clever. But yeah, so now we've gone to, like I said the other day, I said, you know, we need to sit down and we need to go through the concert list again, because when I was young, I made a list of shows that I had been to, and it wasn't real big. She's already surpassed me from when I was her age. So I'm real excited about that, and I'm excited to make a list of all of the shows that we've seen. In fact, I'm probably going to put together a YouTube video. She records every show she's seen, at least most of the shows. In some of those videos, you can hear her crying, right? Every Harry Styles, she cried. Every 1975, she cried. Every concert that I went with her to see and was standing next to her, bawling her eyes out. She so loves the music. Of course, a lot of it's emo, so that probably has a little to do with it. But she's studying psychology at university, and I think that has a lot to do with us as people, as humans, as our family, our lives, how different we are, how I grew up, how she grew up, how they're so different worlds, right? I was raised by wolves in a counterculture, weird, homeless environment, running from the law and selling drugs and shit. So I had a weird youth. As soon as we were able to, we settled down in one area, and she was in one school district her entire school career. She's still in the same school district, right? And that's great. She went to school with people she still knows. Yeah, she is. We are. We're very. I'm passionate about sitting here going blah 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 on YouTube. It's what I do. I love it. I enjoy it. Yeah. Yeah. She's she's got it going on. She's got it going on, and I think studying psychology has a lot to do with her understanding herself as well as understanding me and her mother and the world and her friends. And I don't think that she's ever going to take that and use that specifically to help other people. I think she'll use it in a roundabout way to help others in whatever she decides to do with her life, right? Because I've never required her especially as a kid. What do you want to be when you grow up? What do you mean, right? Forgive me for a second while I stand up and I'm a little, kind of adjust myself there a little bit. I was sitting on something I didn't want to be sitting on. If you know what I mean. You guys know what I'm talking about. So, I've just always encouraged her to be herself, right? Just be herself. I've never talked to her like a kid. I've always talked to her like an adult. I've always been straightforward with her about who I am and where I've been and where I came from. I've always been upfront with her about death and dying. What's really neat is we both went to the same college out here. In 2013, I had to rehabilitate from a neck back injury. And I decided to just take it to college and be there for a couple of years. And take my book bag and walk around and get used to doing stuff. And then I went back to work eventually. So, while I didn't graduate from there after going for 2.5 years, she did get out of high school, graduated top of her class, and then went to this local college and attended that. And graduated top of her class from there. And 3 degrees and a transfer degree and all that. Awesome girl. Awesome human. But we got to have the same death and dying instructor, the same professor that I had in when I went there. Big, tall, Nordic, Icelandic lady who just was really, that word again, passionate about culture and the culture of death, right? And best way to be true and genuine, no bull crap. That's it. Just be yourself, man. That's me. That's why I'm here. I don't apologize for who I am and why I am and all that, you know. Because I'm unapologetically me. I'm unfiltered. I'm uncensored. This is going to be the realest reality show there is out there because it's just me. I don't follow a script except for what I've planned to talk about. That's it. And I love my daughter for that, you know, that she is just herself, you know. my wife talks to her. My daughter's like, I'm not going to do that. It just kills me. When she would tell her teachers in high school, why don't you teach? What? Well, you just hand us stuff and you never talk to us. We can never ask you questions. We're just supposed to be quiet. We can't even talk to each other about stuff. This is wrong. Why don't you do your job? She got tenure, right? You're a rebel. You're a rebel little, you know. And my daughter told me that. And I'm like, yeah, that's my girl. Don't take no fucking bullcrap. And she's true to herself, you know. And she got straight A's in that fucking class regardless of this fucking broad. You know, this broad wanted to fail my daughter just for wanting to learn properly. Yeah. But because my daughter is aware of how I had it in school and how much I was bullied by the kids, the teachers, the staff, the other parents, everybody. She don't take no shit. She'll speak up. I was always afraid of speaking up. She'll just, you know, she's like, nope, that ain't gonna happen. Not on my watch. So that's great, you know. I've always got a champion in my daughter, you know. And I don't have that with my own friends and family, so that's great. So I can be her champion, you know, or vice versa. It's just, you know. Yeah, I always wanted, I didn't know that I always wanted my own family until I realized that I could do it better, right? I could take the experience that I had with my own family and do it anew, but better, right? Do it the right way. All those lessons that I learned that I should never have learned that way from my parents, I'm going to teach my daughter the right way and not bog her down with a bunch of rules and regulations and shit and garbage and blah, 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 blah. I was never in her head that much. That pushes your own self out. You got no id. You got nothing for yourself. You know, when everybody else is always at you, you wind up becoming a version of someone else. And I wanted her to be her own, and boy, is she her own person. And it is fucking awesome to see a person that you helped create and mold just be so totally unique, right? And yeah, she's like her friends, but she's very unique even among her friends. As much as she tries to blend in and get along and be like her friends, she's still her own uniqueness, and that's awesome. Uniqua. Totally, eh? Freaking sure, eh? Your hoser, take off, eh? Right, yeah, okay. So it's Friday. It's after 8 p.m. in the morning on Friday, the 8th of August, 2025. We're going late. I'm sitting here talking with Ray, and I think WW was there for a little. He's probably sitting back watching this going, wow, this is what it's like to be a spectator. So, Ray, you've officially become an irregular, so be sure, and I'm sure coming from England, you know using the term irregular, what that refers to. I'll just let you pull that out before I cough up the facts behind the term irregulars, because that's what you guys are. But it also, it has a special place in my heart, the term irregulars. And if, well, you're born in 59, so you should be well familiar with that term and where it comes from, having seen it in many movies and TV shows about that particular author's most famous character, who even outshined him, right? The author was outshined by his own character, his own famous character. People didn't want to hear about the author. They wanted to hear about his most famous character. Ah, okay. Peace. Anyway, it was Sherlock Holmes. The Baker Street Irregulars is the answer to that question, that mystery there. You take care of yourself. Do that video call. Ooh, Saudi Arabia. Wow, see, we're all over the place. That is cool. All right, take care. I hope to see you again. Come on back. Be an irregular. Thanks for stopping by. Peace, love, out. And I'm here 5 days a week. 5 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. That's me. That's me. Wow, that was pretty cool. England. Someone from England stopping by. Which is cool because I've got friends in England. So that's really, really cool. So now we can start like a community, right? It's like, oh, I met this person here. Maybe you should check him out. Oh, wow, cool. Hey, now we're friends. Right? I mean, totally. 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 Wow, that's, you know, that's fun. That's fun stuff. That's fun stuff. I'm gonna hit this top fans button because who we got? We got top fans. Wow, people actually give me points. I'm like a video. My show is like a video game now. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Raven gave me, wow, a lot. That's crazy. I don't know what all this means now. I know they keep doing all of this stuff and bumping things up and adding new features and stuff. And you know what? I do the video. I use YouTube to do this and to post my videos. I use some of the elements from YouTube, like their sound effects and their music. I'll use that because it's free, copyright free. I don't use their editing programs because they're too complicated, and I have to go back and forth using the internet, and it's really slow that way. But yeah, I don't get into that. It's all these weird. I like the part that you can do. There's a community posts on YouTube, and you can go there and post videos and talk about stuff and have comments and interactions and stuff. So that's neat. I may give up Facebook completely and just start using the posts part of Facebook. I mean, YouTube. That'll be cool. You could do photos. You could post comments and links, messages. You can have for friends and subscribers, so to speak, right? So what do I need Facebook for? All those stupid videos and all those stupid ads and all that political bullshit? Let me think about that. I'm only on Facebook to promote what I'm doing here, which is pretty much nothing. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know, baby. I should probably just come down to one, you know, hone everything down to one platform, which should be YouTube, because I can do the most on YouTube. I can accomplish the most. Totally, eh? Totally, eh? Well, I'm running out of external hard drive for my computers. I use these little external hard drive bricks, and I plug them into the USB, and then I'm able to move stuff around from computer to computer and pull stuff off of the computers so that it frees up more memory to work. And right now, both of my external hard drives that I use for video production, they're in the red. So what I need to do is I need to pick up just a giant multi-terabyte external hard drive and put everything from my channel onto just the one. Pull it from all the other external hard drives that I have and try to organize them a little better, right? Do one for family stuff, only family photos and videos, you know. Use one for movies, just movies. Use another one for just raw elements, raw data, raw movies, raw audio, raw films, you know, stuff like that there. Hear me now and think about me later. Totally. Looking over here at some posts. I try to keep YouTube or Facebook booted up in the morning while I'm doing my show, in case somebody does actually do a video call or chat or something with me on that end while I'm doing this. I always keep a monitor here in front of me on a little phone that's got my live video and live comments, so that I can kind of keep up, which is why I'm always looking this way, because that's where this computer is, that's where the comments are. I've got my monitor in front of me here that has all of my camera angles and graphics computer and stuff coming in, my mixer, so I can do stuff like that. And then this right here is my monitor. This is my graphics computer. This computer here is my live computer, and then this phone down here is my live monitor, so I can see what YouTube looks like after it goes out and comes back. And then I got my telephone here that allows me to do a little bit of research, keep track with messages, phone messages. I don't do anything other than telephone on my telephone. It doesn't have apps, doesn't have crap on it. It's a phone, it's a map, messengers, texting, you know, news, but that's it. I don't do any social media or any streaming on that phone. That's an iPhone, so I could do it easily, but I need a phone that's just a phone. I have a phone here in front of me that does all the monitoring and apps and YouTube and all that crap. And one is a phone, and one is a small computer, basically. It doesn't have phone on it, so I hotspot it from wherever I'm at. I put it on Wi-Fi wherever I'm at. If I don't have Wi-Fi, I use my phone and hotspot it, so I can always have access to the internet if I need to, and other stuff. The internet is a new kind of thing, because you access it from your phone, and it's expanded well beyond what it used to be 20 years ago. Ever since smartphones came along, it like split off the internet and smartphone, and they're kind of a weird, different animal. That you can do some of the same stuff, but then they act weird. They act differently. Tourlier. I'm probably going to get out of here this morning about 9 and try to have breakfast and get ready so that when my wife gets back in a couple of hours, we can get ready for that camping trip. I'm going to be the one going camping for 4 nights. My wife and daughter may or may not come down and camp with me. It's only an hour and a half, less than 2 hours from here, so it's an okay drive to come down, hang out for the night, and hang out for the night, and come home the next day. So I'm hoping enough people show up to make it worth their trip down. Even if just my one special friend shows up, that'll be because we haven't seen each other, and he hasn't seen my daughter since she was a little girl, hasn't seen my wife in forever, so it'll be really neat, right? That'll be a great reunion. A lot of people just can't make it, and I get it. After people saying that it was canceled and other people coming along and going, man, you just don't know what you're doing, huh? Yeah, I get it. No piss on all that. I'm going to go anywhere, and I'm going to have a fucking blast. And I am going to take a bunch of shit just in case a bunch of people show. I got a stack of 45s here that I went through the other day. And let me just grab this, and we'll look through some of these. And let me just dig through. There's the OJs, Merle Haggard, Bread, The Doors, Jefferson Airplane, Puff the Magic Dragon, my favorite song as a kid, Down by the Lazy River, the Osmonds, Tommy Rowe, Argent. So I just collected a bunch that would be relevant to us from the 70s and 80s. And I'm going to classify these as type 1 and type 2. And then I'm going to put them on the table of gifts you can choose from. There'll be 4 areas to choose from, type 1, 2, 3, 4. Depending on how many photos you get for the scavenger hunt, you can pick something from each pile, right? So there's going to be some of these in the first pile and some in the second pile. In the second and third pile, I'll have some 8 tracks, as well as a couple of 8 tracks in the fourth pile. And I'm going to have like a hat in each pile. Each pile you can pick a, this pile here you can pick a shirt. Books, records, tapes, stereos, everything you could possibly think of, I'll take with me to give away in case we get to that level of involvement. Then we'll go there and do that. Even if it's just a couple of people that show up and want to get involved, but they don't quite want to get too involved. Well, they get a big prize anyway because they were the only 2 people that got involved, so they're going to walk home with something. So there you go. But I have got like everything, a little bit of everything I'm taking. A couple of big boxes full of stuff, right? Everything. It'll be fun. It'll be fun. I can't wait. So, pretty much step 1 begins today. I gotta get the seats out of the middle of my van conversion so that it's just the back seat that makes into a bed and the front seats. Then I've got room in the middle of the van to fill all of the stuff, the camping gear. The back bed that I'll put flat, I'll fill it with a bunch of camping gear, musical instruments, and the gifts and stuff. And then my big giant cooler. That'll be fun. And just go down there and set up a really righteous camp / time machine, right? I may decide to not do a show Wednesday just so that I can detach my computer from all of this here, right? So that I can take my laptop and a camera and a microphone with me to do a live thing on Saturday. And then depending on when I get back, I may not do a Monday show because I won't have had time to put everything back together here and get everything going. So we'll see. We'll see. The thought of going camping is enough to excite me. And then on top of that, the idea that I might see a few close friends from back then, and that we might do a little bit of this or a little bit of that, you know, it just levels of excitement increase. Totally, eh? Totally. Yeah. I got a cigar box here that I'm gonna fill with little things, buttons and coins and casino chips and yo-yo and that kind of stuff. I gotta dig up another couple of yo-yos from someplace. I know I've got them somewhere. Boxes of crap. This coffee mug, this McCoy Happy Face coffee mug, that one is going. I've got a couple of more that I'm gonna save. But I'll have special little one-of-a-kind things that people can choose from. You know, you can take a sticker out of the first pile, or you can take a video game catalog from 1982 for Atari, right? Or in the second pile, you can take a button, you know, or in the third, a pair of glasses or a hat. In the fourth, maybe a stereo, right? A boom box. This boom box here up behind me, right? There's a lot of stuff, man. So much. I'm getting all worked up again. There are a few things that I wish I was able to get ahead of time, like some of the shirts that I like to wear, get an extra one, or get one of these graphics bongs to give away, you know, that kind of stuff. A bunch of KMET stickers, you know, from the old radio station that we used to listen to. I've got one that I can give away. One I'm going to put on my van. I'm going to put a whole bunch of retro stuff in and on and around my van. So when people show up, they're like, wow, this dude is really living in the past. And that's what I want it to be. I want it to be a mobile time machine while camping. That's it. That's all in the coffee. Cheers. I got about 20 minutes left here, give or take. And then we're going to take off for the day. I got to get another box together to pack some more stuff. I got to pull a bunch of stuff out of my storage unit. I got to get over to my storage garage, my friend's garage, and swap out my chairs for some camping equipment. It'll be great. It'll be great. Totally. I'm just pushing the bounds of my own reality here, getting pumped up for this thing, because I've wanted this to happen for a long time, and it's not going to turn out exactly the way I want now because of the sabotage and false cancellations and crap by people. Mainly it's probably political, right? Oh, he's that guy, he has these opinions, we don't like him anymore, we won't unfriend him, we just won't care about him anymore, or whatever. I dig it. It's unfortunate that people's politics will interfere in something like this, but I told people straight out, look, if you're going to be like that, I don't want you around. You know, if you're going to blatantly have those kind of politics and those opinions, I don't need you. That's it. So don't show up. You know, by picking on people's political, you're ostracizing a bunch of people. And I'm like, good. I don't want them around if they're going to be like that. If that's their opinion and that's the way they want to look at the world, I don't need that. I don't need that kind of hate and division and that kind of shit. Keep that shit to yourself. If you can't come here and leave that shit, don't bother coming. If you show up and you bring that shit, you will be asked to leave. Period. Don't show up with a fucked up shirt on, because I will say, you know what, you need to go away. Here, put this shirt on. You put the shirt on and don't talk your shit, or go the fuck away. Period. That's it. That's all there is to it. You know, You can go make your own place and camp and reunion and party and forum for that. This is not the place for that. It's just not. I don't even like to talk about this kind of shit on my show because I don't want this show to be about that. The only thing this should be about concerning that is that I'm not that, and I'm not about that. That's it, period. I am not into hate and division and politics and dividing lines and borders and, you know, we shouldn't have to rally together to help. We should already be helping people. We should already be taking it. The world, at this point, we're so connected. The world is such a small place. We should be one community at this point. Why are we not? Division, hate, politics, borders, that kind of crap. That's why. Oh. Nobody cares. Yeah. Totally, eh? Yeah. Anywho. It's been a hell of a week. I haven't done much, but what I have done is really, whew, that's really extended me, mainly because I just don't eat enough. Some days I eat okay. Most days I just don't eat enough. Yesterday I had a bowl of cereal in the morning and a protein shake and a little bit of chicken pot pie. Wasn't much. And then a muffin and some milk. That was it. You know, that's like 700 calories. It was horrible, or less. And I'm feeling it today. So this morning I've had coffee. I'm going to get done coffee and I'm going to have a big bowl of hot cereal with an extra cereal bar crumbled up into it just to make it more. And then I'm going to do some stuff. Probably lay down. And then get up and eat lunch and do some more stuff. And try to keep busy eating and doing things and trying to wear my teeth as often as possible. I just haven't gotten into that. I don't go out, I don't do anything, I don't socialize, I don't go anywhere, all I do is this, so I'm not going to put them in to go out to the supermarket, you know. Most of the time I don't even put them in to eat because they're just different, right? So, yeah, what are you going to do? I just need to stay busy and eat a lot. That's all I need to do. And I can't even do that. I get, because I don't eat enough, I get tired, and then I have to go lay down, and then I'm so exhausted I sleep too long, and then I skip lunch, and then I get up and I can barely eat a dinner, right? I think the thing that I enjoy the most is breakfast in the morning and dessert at night. Both include milk, and both taste good. Otherwise, everything else is just kind of eh. I don't like meat, I don't like potatoes, I don't like rice, I don't like vegetables, I don't like this, I don't like that. What's left? I'm going to start juicing stuff. You know? Blending stuff. Desiccated liver powder and shit. Protein powders. And just start drinking my foods, right? Because, God, I'm just sick of trying to find something that tastes good. And then once I do, it's like, well, how do I eat it? With or without my teeth? And then there's no enjoyment. There's no enjoyment chewing with the dentures. There's no enjoyment trying to eat it without teeth. It's just, it all falls flat. You know, it's like a Coke that's been sitting there in the sun all day. It's warm and flat. It's just bleh. There you go. There you go. I told my wife, I need to start juicing. I need to start drinking drinks and juicing and shakes and blended stuff. Blended fruits and vegetables. Add in a little protein powder. Do a milkshake with a, you know, tiger's milk or something in it. Something. Because I'm just done with the eating. I am. It's just that. Can I just absorb energy out of the atmosphere and not have to worry about food? Or going to the restroom? Because I can do without either one of those at this point. Yeah, I know, normally it's bong hits, but my God, I do too many bong hits in the morning. I need to like get it down to like 1 or 2 bong hits in the morning during the show. I have a couple of these, sorry about that. These one-hitters. One-hitters, they're less pot, it conserves, I'm only smoking what I'm inhaling, you know, or lighting what I'm inhaling, so it's a little better that way. Why don't you just stop smoking? They got edibles. I tried the edibles. The edibles just don't do it for me. It's not the oral fixation. I can give up the actual act of smoking. It's that pain-wise, it helps, but it doesn't work. Stomach-wise, doesn't do a damn thing for me. Doesn't make it easier to eat or digest or to get ready to eat or to after I eat. It just doesn't help. Smoking pot, it does. It makes it so that my stomach loosens up so that I can eat enough, you know, eat something. And then it helps me to keep the food down. It helps me to digest it without getting like stomach cramps or something. I'm fucked up. Do I want to go to the doctor and find out exactly how fucked up I did that for years. What's wrong with me? Nothing. What's wrong with me? Nothing. There's something wrong with me. All right, we'll run some tests. Well, we see that there might be, but we're going to really have to go in and open you up and poke around and jab you with. And I'm like, so this is your way of talking me into doing something that I need? Is by scaring me out of doing it? This is what you do? Plus, you can't just say, okay, look, we know how to find out if this is wrong with you, but because the insurance companies are involved, we have to do this and this and this and this before we can run this test. And I'm like, you're kidding me, right? No, that's the way it works. So I can't just come in and say, this is wrong with me, help me. No, you have to go into your doctor. He has to examine you. He's got to run you through the gamut of bullshit there, send you out for tests. And then he's going to give you a referral after those tests come back. Then you've got to get an appointment. You have to get that referral approved to the insurance company, right? And then in order to do that referral, he wants new tests done, his own battery of tests. Plus, he may want you to get on some specific medication because the tests already show that this is going on. And before I see you, I want you to start this regimen. And it's like, because that's what the procedures say that you have to do. You have to follow this bureaucratic procedural bullshit in order to get anything done. And then they never cure you. They only treat you. It used to be you would go to the doctor and they'd cure you. Or they would try like hell to cure you. Now they don't even try. They don't even think about a cure. It's all about treatments, and the doctors are all beholden to the fucking pharmaceutical companies. All the lobbyists in Washington, they're all beholden to the pharmaceutical companies, right? It's this fucked up circle of bullshit. Do I want to go to the doctors and go through all of that bullshit to find out what I already know? I don't need a fucking weatherman to know which way the goddamn wind blows. I don't need a doctor to tell me I'm sick. I know that if I go to the doctor, no matter what's wrong with me, he's not going to cure me. He's going to get me into a cycle of treatment that's going to keep me there forever, feeding that insurance company fucking monster. I don't want to be a party to that. I'd rather die at home in pain, surrounded by my family, than be in a hospital with nurses who just don't give a fuck, who are ready to go on fucking strike, right? There's no compassion anymore. I don't want to be involved in that. I don't want to be a party to that bullshit. Fuck it, I'll die at home. Nobody's going to give a shit in this world, save a couple of people, whether I live or die, right? why I'm gonna put myself into a fucking hospital is beyond me. Why would I do that? Check into a hospital to get fucked over and ignored and unappreciated, treated like shit. You know, I don't have the right insurance, so therefore I'm not worthy enough to begin with, right? And then your staff, they don't care. They're doing this because that's what they can do. You know? Most of these doctors have Googled their way through fucking medical school, right? Most of the doctors now don't carry the information up here anymore, right? You'd talk to a doctor 40, 50 years ago, and they knew what was going on. Rarely did they have to pick up a book to research something, because they knew. They could ask what do you call them? Coworker. They just ask another doctor, right? Everybody knew everything. It was all up in your. Now you don't need to know nothing. You just Google it. What's the answer to this? Let me Google it, right? How do you do this? Let me Google it. Nobody needs to know anything anymore, because they got a fucking smartphone. A smartphone will figure out the whole fucking world for you. Nobody isn't smart anymore. Nobody has their own intelligence. They leave it up to the phone. Ask Siri. Ask Ask Alexa. Ask Google. Tell me the answer. It's fucking sad. It's really sad. The smartphone should be the thing to unite us and help us govern the world properly and solve all the world's issues, instead of just created a bunch of bullshit and taking us in another direction we don't need to fucking go. You know, most times I just leave my phone off or away from me, both of them, whether it's the phone with text messages coming in or my computer phone that's just apps, and I don't need any of that all day. I don't need that to exist. Every once in a while I need to use those as a tool, the tool that they were intended. Not a fucking entertainment, constant 24/7 I'm entertained. I don't need that. Fuck, we don't need to be entertained 24/7. We don't need the phones up our ass to tell us what to fucking do and where to go and how to fucking do it. A lot of people do nowadays. I can't live without my phone. Obviously, it's glued to your fucking hand. It's glued to your face. You can't drive without driving like this. You know, obviously. So many, every day I pass, 9 out of 10 people I pass driving are on their phone, looking in their laps, looking over at their phone, looking at something their wife is showing them, right? No. Fucking horrible ass, fucking stupid people. Oh. And that's the way it is. There was this lady who was literally stopped in the middle of the street, halfway into oncoming traffic, on her phone, trying to figure out if she was going in the right direction. Right? The other day, this guy was in the through lane through a stoplight at a green light, stopped because he wanted to go left and he didn't make it into the left turn signal in time. So he just stopped. He was going to stop at a green light and make everybody wait who was behind him until the light turned red. The green arrow came on the left turn and he was able to go. He made everybody, 50 fucking cars, I swear, 50 cars behind him. Half of them were trying to get into my lane, to get over, to go past him. I swear I got up there and realized what this guy was doing. And he was sitting there, stopped, in the fast lane, at the crosswalk, at a green light, with his left turn signal on, next to the left turn lane, nudged in that direction. Had his front bumper nudged into that lane, like, this is where I'm going, so don't worry about it. It's okay, because I'm going this way. See, I got my turn signal on. What? If I was behind that dumb son of a bitch, I'd get out. You know what? You need to pull forward and make a fucking U-turn, asshole. Like normal people. Oh, I missed. That's my stop. That's my turn. Go down and turn around and come back. hold up 50 fucking people. That's the way the world is. Because his phone told him to turn too late. Or he wasn't paying attention. Whatever fucking reason. So many times I go out there and I have to be responsible for somebody else's safety, somebody else's intelligence, somebody else's fucking stupidity, right? On the phone, walking through the supermarket, cut in front of me, stop my forward momentum so they could reach in front of me, grab something off the shelf, and continue on. And all I get is a sorry. Okay, anyway, like I was saying, oh, sorry. Next person. Oh, it's like I was saying, sorry. Oh, those people irk me. They really, I follow them around the store yelling sorry into the back of their head. And then get out into the check stand and yell sorry from across the store. And I follow them out to their car and fucking say sorry. Why do you apologize? You're just gonna fucking do it again. The apology is for you, to make you feel good about fucking other people's lives up. Don't apologize. Don't fucking come to me and apologize when you could very well have not done that. You could have chosen to get out of your little fucking bubble, realize that the world belongs to all of us, and not fuck me over and say sorry. I had to stop in the supermarket so many fucking times, right? Stop because somebody passed me, got in front of me and stopped and said sorry while they're on their fucking phone and grabbing their crap and throwing it in their cart. It's like, are you kidding me? I don't just go, oh yeah, no worry, no problem. I don't turn the cheek, man. I don't do that. You do those little things to people and you get away with it, and then you continue doing it and you do worse and worse and worse until you're stopped in the middle of the fucking street, in the middle of the fucking day in traffic, because you missed your turn or you're not quite sure whether you should go right or left. So you just stop. Let me see, where am I? Honey, where are we? You're in the middle of the fucking road, asshole. That's where you are. Get the fuck out of here. Brr. Yeah. Every day. Countless idiots. It's getting bad because those idiots are running the fucking show now. Right? Those idiots are the ones that get the most likes. Right? Those idiots are the ones who view the most. And they think they're racking up points. I've got more of this, I got more of that. I watch more videos than anybody. I've got more shares, I got more likes, I spread more love. And it's like bullshit. All that crap don't mean nothing. Right? But the videos that I share are uplifting, your inspiration. Fuck you. It's garbage. It's fucking garbage. It's AI bullshit. It's made up bullshit to teach people lessons. I'm going to teach you a lesson, I don't want your, here's your pay, drop it on the floor. Well, here comes the manager, I'm going to kick you out. You can't treat my employees like bullshit. That's a fucking made up, stupid fucking video to get people likes, because they figure the more likes they got, the better person they are, right? Even if they're hate videos. More people like my hate videos, so I'm the best hate video guy out there. It's all bullshit. It's all, even this YouTube shit, most of it's bullshit. Most of it's here to make people feel good about their fake ass fucking bullshit lives. Even shows like Forgotten History or that Hecklefish show, right? A couple of my favorite shows. Bullshit shows to the hilt. Only designed to make those people money, right? They only talk about the shit that's going to get them likes and subscriptions and all of this and sponsors and all that. It's all bullshit. That is not a life. That's not a career. YouTube is a hobby. There are influencer. It's my career. What's your job? YouTube influencer. That's not a job. I'm a model airplane builder. Look at all these model airplanes I have in my room. That's my job. That's my job. It's not a job, it's a hobby. YouTube is a hobby. No matter how much you invest time and energy and of yourself and your life into YouTube, it's just a fucking hobby, man. And the fact that people are getting rich, like that fucking douchebag, that Paul, right? The biggest fucking douchebag in the world, who became a YouTuber douchebag. He spawned on YouTube and grew into the YouTube douchebag that he is today. I don't know how these YouTubing douchebag influencers actually make money and convince people this is a way to live, right? This is a way to live your life. That MMA boxer, fighter, RuPaul dude, or whoever the fuck he is. Nah, I watched that Tyson documentary leading up to the fight, and then I watched the fight, and all I came away with was, God, this is fucking fake reality show bullshit. Even the fight was bullshit, you know? He gets paid $1 million to get up and fight this dumb-ass fucking YouTuber influencer, right? And you know the conversation before that was, I'll get out there and spar with you. For $1 million, I won't kill you, but I'll try, right? That's Tyson. The Paul, Jake Paul or whatever, he's like, all right, I'll go out there, give you $1 million to go out there and spar with me. If I knock you out, I'll give you $10 million. He wasn't going to give him $10 million, right? Because he wasn't going to be able to knock his ass out. He probably could have. He probably could have knocked him out, right? But I think it was just a fucking exhibition bullshit, fake ass fucking fight. Yeah, they were really hitting each other, but it was bullshit. Nobody was going to go down. Nobody was going to knock somebody out. This just wasn't designed that way. It was designed to make this guy look good and to show that this old guy could still get out there and look like he was fucking old or something. I don't know. I didn't get it. And when I got to the end, I'm like, they're going to keep doing this shit. And it's just lame. It's lame. He's not a fighter. He's a fucking bullshit artist is what he is. He's full of his own bullshit. And boy, I can't stand that fucking son of a bitch. All right, people. I guess I'm gonna get out of here because I gotta do something other than sit here and talk shit for the rest of the day. I got to child little tenderness. Yeah. Totally. All right, so I will be back Monday morning, and I'll be here for a couple of days, and then I'm going camping. I may not be here Wednesday. I'll probably schedule shows all week long, and try to come on live from wherever I at, but don't count on it. From wherever I'm at, I'll try to be here, but don't count on it. Yeah. All right, people, you know what to do. All right. I can't stress this enough. Spread peace and love, not bullshit. All right? Go out there into the world and do something for yourself, but do something for somebody else too. Why? Because it makes you feel good, makes somebody else feel good, makes the world a better place, makes you a better person, right? Take care of each other out there, people. It's real important, all right? Most especially, stay weird. Because if you ain't weird, ain't nobody gonna be weird for you. You gotta do the time, you gotta put in the effort, you gotta do the work. Be weird. Go out there and help your fellow humans, no matter who they are, no matter how much they offer you. Just do it. Be nice. Help somebody out. Something little, something big, doesn't matter. We can all use help. And those who can't use help need to help out the most, because it is going to help them the most. Right? Helping others helps yourself. Take care of each other, people. Be weird. Stay weird. Thank you for stopping by, all you morning show irregulars. Thank you to Raymond Smith, our new irregular. WW. Susie. Joey. Thank you, Joey, for stopping by. James. And all those who have stopped by and haven't said anything. Love you guys. You take care of yourself, and I'll see you Monday. Bye now.